Hello. Perfect. Hey, Dave. You're muted. I'm gonna actually try right now. Here we go. Let's see if we can't. Let's see if we can't. Oh, it's being sent to a live stream. Be great if it worked. That would be great if it worked. Oh, look at that. It's working. Holy smokes. Well, look at that. I finally figured it out. I cannot believe I finally figured this out. Well, welcome everybody to Hash Church 5.0, episode 4. I think this might be one of the first times that it's actually gone live on the screen that I created in YouTube a week ago. So thank you to Thomas from Grandmaster LED who helped me organize. Yes, John Maddox, it worked. And that's all thanks to Thomas from Grandmaster LED, who kind of walked me through it the other day. And that's amazing. For those of you that don't know what I'm talking about, we usually create a live video on YouTube a week before the show. And what happens is that when I go live, it almost always creates a different link. So all the people that are waiting in the room have to move and we have to go to another room. And today we didn't have to do that. So yeah, look at that. Me and Skunkman Sam in the room, just the two of us for now. I think we got a decent show happening today. We got a couple of new folks that are going to be coming in for the conversation. We had a great show last week. For those of you that haven't noticed, I am broken in a big way. I have broken my clavicle about 4 days ago. I was skateboarding at the skateboard park in Whistler. It was my son's 10th birthday, and I was having a blast just ripping around the skate park. And I came down a real steep embankment. I came around the corner and I was flying and I hit a rock.
What?
And that rock
I'm
utterly
trying
and
to move it.
completely crushed me. I'm just going to mute you there real quick, Sam. That rock actually just stopped me dead. I flew off my skateboard 10 to 15 feet into the air, and I landed on my shoulder quite hard. I would say the equivalent of like your good buddy hitting you with a bat at about 70%. And now I've got a broken clavicle. So nothing shall stop us here at Hash Church, nor rain, nor shine, nor broken clavicle. I will be here. And yeah, that's what happens, Mojave. So what did you do?
I broke my toe.
No. Oh my God, dude. Wow. And you did this in the last week?
Yeah,
Oh. Did you
this
do it
was
on August 27th?
no, I didn't, and I'm sure it was not nearly as fun as how you broke your clavicle.
Dude,
But
I'm telling you,
so sad
man.
of that. But yeah, I just accidentally kicked the freaking baseboard, goofing around with my son.
So I was also playing with my son at the Whistler skate park. It's his 10th birthday. Him and his buddies are all on scooters and I'm skateboarding and yeah, I hit a rock going a super high speed. It made that sound and then I flew and when I landed, I just remember like ooh, like the most insane sound and how I knew I was hurt before I knew I was hurt because the adrenaline pumps through your body so fast was when I heard all the 20 somethings in the skate park, like at least 15 of them go.
Ooh.
When I heard that, I was like, oh, that was probably bad. And so, 20 minutes later, I'm at like world-class hospital, top trauma people. I got a tank of nitrous oxide with my own regulator. I'm just sucking on that nitrous oxide because I told them I don't take the opioids. I hypermetabolize those things and they make me feel really, really sick. But I have to admit, it was neat to take nitrous oxide, not like at a fish show.
It really works.
Yeah, it's wild. It didn't make me dizzy. It didn't usually any of that stuff just makes me feel weird. I also wasn't on a psychedelic, so it was the first time I think I'd ever tried nitrous, not tripping balls. Um, so yeah, it was what it was. Both you and I are broken today.
Yeah.
Did you have a gravity event?
A gravity event?
Yes.
I did have a gravity event. I had a major gravity event. And let me tell you, for those people that don't believe in gravity, it's real. I can assure you, it is real, and it hurts when you fall down like that. I've never broken a clavicle. I've broken most of my fingers, my wrists, my arm, both my ankles, my coccyx, my collarbone. Probably missing a couple that I can't really remember, but I believe this was my 17th bone I broke at
Oh,
51 years old. So yeah, skateboarding, snowboarding, dirt biking, downhill mountain biking, just being an all-around maniac for most of my life. Yeah, well, welcome everybody. Welcome Skunkman Sam and Mojave and Etienne and Colin and whoever iPhone 64 is about to enter. It's probably our new guy because I don't know anyone else that comes in on a phone. We'll see. We'll see. There they are. They're sitting right there with the black screen. Thanks. Keep it simple. I will get well soon. It's not as bad as a broken collarbone. That was 5 weeks of immobility. This is not so bad, pretty bad, but not as bad. That's enough of talking about my broken bone.
iPhone 64, is that Masonic? Edgar, is that you? Masonic?
Yeah, that's me. I'm getting in here. I'm learning how to use this real quick. There
Cool.
we go.
Good to
Boom.
see you, man.
Boom! What's up, homie?
What's up, G? How you guys doing?
Good to
Fucking
have you on, bro.
all broken up, but we've already been through that. So now it's probably about starting to hit some dabs. And let me tell you about the pain reducing benefits of cannabis. You really feel it when you crush yourself and get hurt. And I believe Wade was talking about that either last week or the week before, spending so much of his life really preparing cannabis for people who really need it, but being on the other side of it. And I believe that he said something like, I feel blessed that I'm now on this side and I'm able to use cannabis and see it from a really firsthand point. When you get something serious like Wade has, I mean, obviously we've been preaching it, but when you get into it, like even my wife was like, "Are those gummies really helping you?" I'm like, unbelievably so. No Tylenol, no Advil, no Tylenol threes, just cannabis wonderfulness. Hell yeah, dude.
this really works. It's a THCA bomb, and a friend of mine makes it. And I'm a skeptic about everything in life. I like to know, but this stuff really works. And for a while, I was like, oh, my buddy gave it to me, and when I rub it on my elbow, of course, I'm going to think good thoughts and feel happy emotions, and cure my little pains. But after doing this for a while, this THCA with some other little stuff, an amazing pain relief.
Yeah, I agree, man. I find that some of the topicals at high dose milligrams, like 7,000 7,000 milligrams of CBD, 7,200, really actually helps.
There's
And
no
then
denying it.
other cannabinoids as well. But
Well,
There's
yeah,
no.
that brings up
I-
a problem because agreed, medicinal dosage is a higher dosage.
yeah,
And here stateside, we're limiting dosage, right? Because at least here in California, you're limited to 100 milligrams dosage per, etc. And so since 2018, it's been a problem for my serious medical patients to find quality high dosage products, eh,
right.
because of exactly what you stated, Marcus. I broke something. I'm in a lot of pain. I need something now. And you
Yeah.
can't, you can get that, Marcus, and I'm glad you can. I'm glad you're able to find dosages that work, but this is a conundrum on the ground for the individual patient still, that we are unable to get the medicine needed depending on the legislation within the state. So
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's that way in Canada too. Unfortunately, we obviously have a weird thing in Canada. We've got this federal legalization thing going on. We've got medical. So if you're a medical patient, there's sort of access, obviously, when it was only medical and everyone was hiding behind it to protect their grows. I'm not judging. I'm just saying that's what was happening. It was more accessible. The minute recreational came in, all of the medical people just jumped
Hey, do you
into
see my
rec.
message?
They
Baby,
just,
try
oh,
not to make
sorry,
any
here, let me
noise.
mute you real quick. It's not accessible here either. Basically, 10 milligrams is the limit that you can get in Canada. Now, you can go to a rec store and buy a gram of live resin or live rosin or distillate for anywhere from probably $15 to $30. So if you have a little bit of knowledge, you can go buy extracts and crock pot it in your own MCT or coconut oil or whatever else you're choosing as a carrier. But that's unacceptable for patients. Imagine if you were like, oh, well, you can buy insulin, but you actually have to prepare it. Like you just have to prepare your insulin before it's actually usable. So it's a little unreasonable here still as well. I'm truly a 10 milligram guy. I can, when I'm hurt, I'll probably take, 4 or 5 of those in a day, which is still only 50 milligrams. Whereas my homie Thomas from Grandmaster LED, I mean, he took 2,400 milligrams on the plane ride the last time I went to Germany with him and didn't die. Wasn't a zombie, wasn't, blubbering and slobbering and was completely 100% present. And so we all also have different metabolization rates. We all are affected by cannabinoids differently. And so, I do feel for the patients that have that sort of slow metabolization like Thomas and really requires large doses to not have it be available is a pretty big bummer for sure.
Yeah, and I have a high tolerance to THC as well, edibles. So it's like, and I make my own for that reason because I don't want to ingest so much sugar. When it's just like someone gave me a drink and they're like 10 milligram drinks, and I'm like, man, I have to drink 5 of these, and that's insane. Or if they're gummies or whatever, it's like I have to eat all these. It's like just give me a therapeutic dose in an edible form, though. It's nice to,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
No, I shout out White Rabbit because it's a local company here. I bumped into them a while ago. This dude Dave was just at an event I went to called the Collector's Cup, and he was way off in the corner and he was giving away gummies, and they were like the square gummies, and they kind of had the little bit of, cane sugar on them. So I'd seen this style before, but when I tasted his, he had like habanero mango and banana maca, and he had an actual formulator working with his company that was actually producing these flavor profiles based on the flavor profiles of the volatile organic compounds that were present in the plant. And I thought, this is fucking awesome. No real sugar, a tiny little bit of cane sugar. He was sweetening them with brown rice syrup. They were all vegan. They were all just like incredible, like the quality and the caliber. And I thought, well, this is a good idea to, make this available. There's other gummies on the market. I was taking these pearls for a while, but it's sugar, right? And if you're consistently taking these things, and you're doing it sort of for, the benefit of your health, it probably doesn't take much to figure out that, consuming sugar on a daily basis, any extra, considering they put it in your bread and all your condiments and just everything, to consume a low amount of sugar is truly to be a conscious human being in today's day and age, because it is difficult. I saw a guy the other day, and I don't think we have these up in Canada. We might. It was a Dunkin' Donuts, and he got this pumpkin latte spice thing. It was like a big milkshake. And this thing had 185 grams of fucking sugar. Now, this is like diabetes all day long. And now that we're getting to the point where people are starting to realize that type 3 diabetes is dementia, that's Alzheimer's disease. That's the loss of access to your memories. And so as they put that connection, and I think it was, I don't know if it was Huberman or one of these other podcast medical guys that was the first person I saw mention that. No, it was actually the dude that turned Dana White's health around. I can't remember him. He's another kind of online doctor dude. And I was like, no, that can't be true. And the more and more I searched it, the more and more I realized, yeah, like almost every country in the world associates type 3 diabetes with dementia and Alzheimer's. North America is kind of the only countries that don't associate it as that. So I know this has a special place in your heart, Colin, as you have a loved one suffering from Alzheimer's and dementia. So just
Yeah.
keep the
No,
sugar out
it's
if you
an
can.
interesting topic because it's, and Parkinson's really is the main focus for us. All the other, those dementia is setting in slowly, but it's it's interesting when you've seen a healthy person go through a neurological disease and then all this other constituents start to cave in on it. And seeing cannabinoids in the mix on that at high doses, I mean, I'm seeing things that I can't explain, like full stop on tremors, being able to talk better, better use of their muscles. It's just all over, man. But yeah. And that's where I think just better product, to your point, ATN is like, it's just needed, man. Like we're just in a weird modality right now where everyone's
It's
just
not
like,
it's not just that, it's exactly what you're talking about, that teen. It's
yeah,
not just high dosage. One of the earlier things we learned in the medical community here in California was that, again, all of our products were made by patients
right.
because of their medical needs. So we had suka, we had various types of natural sugar products available, low glycemic, all kinds of different things that
Yep.
people were making. Unfortunately, due to the legalization here in California, we lost almost 99% of all those products and product lines because they could not make that leap. And so, what you're talking about dietarily, especially due to sugar, is a huge problem and conundrum, as you said, because what's the most easy to find product on the market? Well, gummies are everywhere, and every gummy has sugar in it. If not, then it has the fake sugars, and we know those fake sugars are a huge problem depending on your disease and etc. and what you're going through. And we know if you have cancers and things like that, you should be avoiding sugars altogether. Um,
Yeah.
Outright, because sugar helps feed those cancers depending on the type of cancer, etc. So, proper dietary choices, just having non-sugar choices that are healthy, where are they? Are they accessible to you? Because they're not accessible to me so much as they used to be. And that's a huge conundrum when, hi, I've just found out I'm stage 4, and the only thing available to me is all sugar products. So, consumers watching, you need to talk to manufacturers and demand these things. That's why we carried them originally when we realized, oh, I'm diabetic and I need this type of product because there's no other type of product on the market for me. And if you don't know it, then create it. If you have something that works for you, that's why a lot of these product manufacturers started off. They realized, I don't have access. I have to create it. And now that I have created it, now I have to manufacture it. It's a
Yeah, but I think it
unfortunate.
goes back to what you're saying. It's like you have to be a super fan and also really connected to the plant to understand that need, right? And that we talk about this a lot in music where the industry basically sold the catalogs to these streaming services for equitable positions in those companies, right? And the only way they get paid is through the streaming, which gives them better equitable positions, right? Right. And it's almost the same situation in cannabis where people like us who really care, connected to it, are not in positions more often than not, we're not in positions to make these products because those people that are making those products don't have the same connection. They don't understand the same need of patients. They're looking at profit and loss. We're looking at patient needs, right? And then whatever else comes after.
It
Uh,
can even be taken further back in the sense, Colin, and I like the way you've pivoted this because it's not just the products, it's not just the creation of the products. It's
yeah,
really why we invited Masonic into the room today. It's
totally.
why we wanted to talk about breeding. It's about the bottom line is that these companies that would want to control this and create these products and bring them to market and stabilize and shelves, all of these different things, they don't have the connection to the production and the creation of these unique volatile organic compound profiles, these unique cannabinoid profiles. Although a lot is THCA, I will admit, even when we made cultivars that had CBC and THCV and CBGA and all of these other cannabinoids, most people in the dabbing world anyway just thought it was weird. It's got a weird texture. CBGA in particular is a weird texture. If you're a big dabber and you start dabbing that, you'll be like, oh, this is waxy and weird. I don't think I like this very much. But the bottom line is when you look at all of these incredible cultivars that have been produced, and I remember Wendy Turner, what's her son's name? How am I spacing on his name right now? Crohn's disease. The Colton, exactly.
Colton, yeah.
Colton Turner. So when she came in and she was like, I thank you guys, because I said, you're such a middle American mom. Like, you must look at us like we're a bunch of hippies. And she's like, I love you guys more than you'll ever imagine. You guys were the keepers of the plant. You guys were the ones that kept these plants alive all of these years so that Colton could come along, learn about this, gain access to plants, and be able to turn his Crohn's around in a way that we had never seen before. So there's this connection of the roots of the people who, like Skunkman Sam, who traveled to all these hash producing countries, who planted these insane amount of seeds, who collected these incredible, cultivars in order to use as breeding stock. And now, we've gone down so many generations, and there's people like Masonic, and there's people like Flux and Ramon, and all of these incredible people that are just keeping this work alive. To me, that is the basis of all of everything that we're talking about. That is the most important factor. And that's kind of what we're going to be talking about today: pheno hunting and breeding, and how selection is done. I know that how Sam did it is probably very different from how people are doing it now, with populations being so decreased. A lot of people are doing incredible work really in like their homes, whereas Sam was doing incredible work in fields. So I kind of just want to open up that discussion. Welcome Masonic to be speaking about this with us. I know you've had some incredible lines, dude. I know that some of the cultivars that you've produced have created just some absolutely insane hashes. So we're really stoked to have you here today, and stoked to maybe have you tell us a little bit about kind of how you got into this and where your specialty lies in regards to how you choose your breeding stock and how you choose your phenos.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to say about Masonic is, we met a few years ago in person, and we really kind of connected on this concept of the love of flavor profiles, and then we started talking about music. And one thing I noticed about Edgar and Masonic is that he doesn't need permission. He does what he feels, and I think that's kind of the spirit of everyone here on the panel. Is like what we came up in. It was, we didn't have permission. It just was, we were drawn to this in a way that was, it was bigger than us, right? And you're continuing that that spirit in a way that allows you to connect with culture, make friends, and build your own little culture around that. And that's, to me, that's what it's all about, man. And that's it's great to see you so connected and just loving what you're doing. Like, it's genuine love that I see, so it's very cool to see that. And he's working with Shiskaberry Marcus again, and to hear like that come up as a varietal 25 years removed from when we touched it and had just good success with it is amazing, and kind of brings it full circle for me. So I think it'd be great.
I saw that this morning, dude, and it made
to
me
talk
smile
about all that and just kind of
go ahead.
Yeah, just tell us about it, man. But I wanted to just kind of get that bit in there to give the viewers, the color that, you're doing your thing through passion, man.
Yeah. Thank you guys for starters for letting me be a part of this. I'm I was on here before, but it's night and day, from last time I was here, I feel, as far as headspace. But I started smoking weed like everybody, I'd imagine. We love smoking weed, and next thing you know, I ran out of this really quality bag of weed that I had gotten one high school summer when I graduated. My father gave me a pound of sour diesel, and I lost that pound of sour diesel because I wasn't necessarily the best hustler. I was more so a consumer. And next thing you know, the thing's gone, and I'm like, yo, how do we get this going again? And I'm like, I'm gonna have to start growing it. So I started I'm 18 years old, and then I'm probably growing for till just growing, pumping out the yard till 2016. And all I knew was, I didn't know anything about males and females make seeds. All I knew was kill the ones that are males and leave all the girls, and you'll be happy. So that's what I did for like 6 years. And then I opened, I found out about forums and little forums, like never got into any of them though. I would go look into it and I would just look away. I'd be like, nah, that's too much for me. Like, I'm gonna just go back to this remedial landscape, and I would just do my gardening. I'd blow up the garden to the best of my ability. So that's what I was doing. And then 2016 came along, and that's when I finally opened up Instagram. And it wasn't through YouTube, it wasn't through the forums, it wasn't through anything else that I seen this big world of growers. There's just a bunch of people that are growing and they're open about it. Even around that time, people were still kind of like, do we show this off? Do we not show this off on Instagram? And I was like, oh, cool, this is cool. A lot of people to take a muse from. So I started just imitating the greats from there. And you know the breeding kind of came because I had tools. Like I had a Tropicana cherry pie tangy before Tropicana F2 was invented, which was one of the better hash varieties. So I was growing that Tropicana on Instagram and people were taking notice. I didn't necessarily know what I had at the time. I just was associating with people that vibed with me, so they gave me tools to help me in my journey. Unknowingly, that was Bloom at the time. So I'm just like, cool, I'm already in good graces of Bloom. Still am to this day. He's one of my, first mentors, first person that ever gave me seeds. And he's the guy behind Papaya, Tropicana, all that good stuff. So he had gave me the precursors to the Tropicana F2 wave, and I'm growing them and people are taking notice. And I'm like, cool, I got something cool. I even noticed at the time Jungle Boys was growing the same seed stock variety that I was. And I'm just like, cool, like I'm on the right path. And stray seeds got made with those seeds. And I'm like very transparent about my approach. Like I show everything. I'm like, oh look, there's freaking, this got hit by a random mail here. And people are like, I'll take one, and I'll be like, here, I send it to a person around the way. And keep in mind, I've been growing for like 6 years, just blowing up the backyard, filling up the garage, breaking down all the weed. I would blast a lot. Like since 2012, I was open blasting. I might have done a little 5-gallon bucket wash here and there, but it like the squeeze wasn't worth it. I was like, nah, like let's not do that. Let's just keep blasting it. And so we did open blasting for a very long time, like 2012 to like I started till I reached Instagram. And back to the Tropicana cherry pie tangy, those seeds got made. People started inquiring. I started kind of like liking it, like, oh, that's cool. Like that is that, like, oh, this is kind of like, you know, um, part of that plant is in this seed stock. But I always kept seeds from straight plants anyway. So it was always a thing that I did. But this time it was like people were inquiring. And then I had a Mel. And even then I wasn't convinced yet. I was like, nah, I don't want to make seeds yet because I have to blast all this stuff to make like anything worth it, in order to even consume it, because that's what it's all about. Because I would smoke my own weed and I just had enough to nickel and dime on the, Compton Boulevard. I would literally sell my weed and on Central in downtown LA. Like I would literally go to the shadiest places to go sell my shatter that I made with my open nug run. But that's what I did. And then I had a mail. I'm bouncing back and forth. I had a mail and I advertised it on Instagram. I was like, yo, who wants this mail? Who wants to like it's the Tropicana Cherry Pie Tangy mail. Who wants it? Somebody raised their hand almost immediately. I gave them the mail. I'm not thinking about breeding or making seeds still. I'm still like, oh, we're like pumping out these plants, we're taking nice pictures, we're doing the whole thing. I'm growing a bunch of papaya fems maybe at the time, because that's what was out at the moment. And I'm just like, being a team player, I'm not breeding with all the tools that are just given to me. I'm just growing plants to grow plants and I'm smoking it after. And then a whole flower cycle later from that Mel given to that to the dude that I gave it to, he comes back to me and he's like, yo, I got these seeds. And I'm like, oh, you do have those seeds. Like you do have those seeds. So almost immediately I tell all of Instagram, yo, Instagram, I have Plush Berry Tropicana Cherry Pie Tangy and Agent Orange Tropicana Cherry Pie Tangy. And people were like, I'll take two. And I was like, holy shit, like, I think this is what I need to do. Like this is worth the squeeze. Like apparently I have a calling. And that's when I went to Chalice that year and I met Bloom in person, because all this was done online. All these seed trends, seed gatherings were done via mail online. finally, I'm all like, oh, they're in town. They're in Adelanto. I'm like 2.5 hours away in Compton. I'm gonna make it over there. So I made it over there and I met Bloom, and that's when he gave me the next 5 tools that I was gonna use in my journey. Scratch that I was growing papaya at the time. I know where I was because that's when he gave me, papaya punch, banana OG papaya, Fabuloso papaya, which is Arcade's Fabuloso. It's like he's a cool dude. And then there was 3 Chem, which is from Top Dog, cross to papaya as well. And there was one more, Dosido papaya. So those were the 5 tools. And he also gave me the Tropicana F2. So I had those 6 tools, took those home, grew those out to grow them. Like I'm still growing. I'm not breeding yet. And then I had a nice Tropicana F2 male, and I had all these nice papaya selections. And something told me, like I hit up Harry Palms almost immediately. That's Bloom. And I was like, hey, can I make seeds with these? This is the first time that I'm gonna make seeds. And he's like, dude, rock that shit. And that's when Wilson was born. That's Banana OG Papaya Tropicana F2. So everything just kind of just natural, organically, with the good graces of the breeder, and then kind of just being a team player, you know? And that's how Wilson was born. And that was somewhere around like 17, I want to say.
Nice, dude. I love to hear the story of how Wilson was born. That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I love how you got called into it too, you know. There's so many different ways to feel the pull and kind of like Colin was saying, you don't have to, just go do your thing, follow your journey and let that journey lead you towards. It's these people who have this obsession. What I've noticed is, and I don't know if we share like a heightened olfactory or if it's just this utter and complete passion and love of cannabis that just leads you down this pathway. And if you don't fight it, it can be absolutely incredible, which I feel like everyone here on the panel has not fought it and has sort of followed that pathway. And we all kind of ended up in different places. And we all look up to each other for different aspects. But yeah, dude, that's a great
Real
story, man.
real recognizes real, right? We see people with passion, right? Others
Yeah,
who taught us saw their passion in us, and so they lifted us up, right? And so that's our responsibility, and that's why
sure.
we volunteer our time here at Hash Church to spread and teach, because we were taught, many of us for free, with the only expense being pay it forward in the future. And we're very fortunate to have the ability and the freedom now to speak, because all of us used to hide underground, just like you were talking about. You had to go find your people and they had to absorb you and trust you. You have to build that trust, and that is something we were all forced to do because it used to be illegal. And so
Yeah.
that was another camaraderie that we used to, rally around. I used to only hire activists because we were expecting to get arrested every day. Now I don't have to do that because we've changed and the things shifted. But you're carrying on the noble, and I consider the growers the most noblest of them all, of us, because you're the ones that have been perpetuating. You're the ones who've been taking the risks. You are dealing with the risks of how you grow, where you grow, and what you grow to keep it safe, clean, and proper. And me and my patients all appreciate everything and all the risks that you've taken. Nothing but love and great respect to all you growers.
Yeah, and shout out to Breeder Steve. I saw that post you made today, Masonic, and it put a smile on my face. That was the birth of bubble bags, the shishka berry, because I had tried the isolator bags, the 2 bag system, and I wasn't stoked. This was in like 98, I guess. I moved to British Columbia in 96 from Manitoba after doing that whole hemp thing out there. Came out here. The only friend I really had was Hillary Black, and Hillary linked me up pretty early on with Breeder Steve. And so by 98, when I was trying these bags and kind of sort of figuring out that I might end up doing my own bags, what led me to that was the first time I ever ran shishka berry, because Steve had called me up and he was like, look, I got some shishka berry. It's the yellow line. It's really frosty trim. Let's try those bags. And it actually produced a full melt hash from a 2 bag system. So everything from the 190 went into like the 70 micron bag, just full of contaminant, and was melting. Probably not anything like when I finally met Sam some years later and smoked his dry sift and was like, oh, so there are actual levels to this shit. But still, it was leading me in, and it was probably like a 4-star. I was all excited about it. It was the first time I'd really ever seen it. But without that shishka berry, and that shishka berry, I mean, I could tell a lot of stories because Steve was very close. I had access to both the red and the yellow, and I smoked that weed all over the world and had that weed for hash making. And it was just every time when I first smelt the barb from Great Gardener, immediately knew it was shishka berry. When I first smoked the Nicole from Marimberos in Colombia, Alessandro, I immediately knew that he used shishka berry. It's just this crazy dominant flavor profile that is unmistakable. Yet I haven't seen actual shishka berry in like 25 years. So it'd be nice to see that come back.
That's
Listen,
dope.
we gotta run those seeds from you. You know, the shishka berry sounds. If you can find a shishka berry leaner in there, it seems like even with your Wilson attached to it, it seems like it may improve the line. You
So
know,
the shishka berry came through me via hash jar. So Triple OG Ice House Melts, he won Legends of Hash first place with a Pink 57, which is a shishka berry Old Widow. That's what they have. So he came to my house like before, like around the time he had won second place with the lemon dog shit. He came to my garden and he whips out this jar, and I'm like, yo, what the fuck is this? Like, this is like in that papaya realm, you know. At the time I was telling him like, this is that fruity stuff. It's not, there's no light on this. What is this? He's like, that's shishka berry, you know. And I'm like, I need this, you know. Somehow, some way, a shishka berry plant ended up in my garden. And then, you know, I made seeds with it and just kept repopulating the forward line towards all the peach varieties that I thought looked better than the initial. So like that's what I have as far as seed stock. Every time you hear anything shishka berry from Mace is the seeds made with that clone. But but that's how I got put on game with it. I smoked it. I was like, yo, I need that. I ended up with it. And then a couple like years later, like a year later, I ended up at Spanibus. I'm just walking through and I look to my right and Great Gardener's there. And I'm like, yo, whoa, you're the Barb Bud guy. And I'm like, let me grab a couple packs of those. So I grab some regs, I grab some fems, I go home, I throw them in the dirt almost immediately. Shishka berry. I'm like, cool, like everything adds up. It all makes sense. So and then the year after that, I grabbed more just for the, you know, just because they're so nice, you know. And but yeah, I'm like super down as far as that, you know, story of where I got shishka berry. That's it, you know, like this is who I got it from. That's how I got it, and that's the work I've done with it. And as far as the clone, the Legends of Hash, winning variety, and the Barbara Bud, it's all the same shade of gray, you know. And then the Candy Shishka Berry just won first place again with the mix of a Starburst, and you know, I could only imagine how good that was. But yeah, the Shishka Berry, it's something old that I'm spotlighting right now. Like, you know, that's why I always give shout out Breeder Steve, shout out Great Gardener. You know, it's what's shishka berry? Shit, let me ask Breeder Steve. I went on FaceTime with him. He talked to me like it was, you know, one of the coolest combos I've had with a person in the weed industry or the game or the culture, whatever you want to call it in a while. But it's just it's humbling, you know. I'm very, very thankful, and it's a blessing to be around people like that and have those tools.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, it's important work. You know, it is really important work in the sense that it's only the people who have this obsession that care enough to protect and create these different, you know, flavor profiles that are going to end up, you know, when they end up in certain hands, they end up becoming the foundation of this entire medical cannabis. You know, like we don't want swag, we want like the best that we can. And it's interesting how it translates that like the dankest herb that you just can't put down, that you just want to keep smoking nonstop, also happens to translate to the best medicine for people that actually don't really have an interest in like maybe the flavor profiles and all these other things. But it's an interesting invisible connection that this obsession and this love of cannabis has this invisible tether to producing, you know, these profiles that, you know, are great for getting high. And I never, you know, that's That's not a negative. I'm like Sam. I love getting high. I would fight for people's rights to get high. There's just like another level to it when it's about someone taking care of their health. It's always been that way for me since I met Hillary Black, and she was doing the BC Compassion Club, and it was like, oh, okay, so this is different, right? Over here we've got the hustle, and we're making and selling and flipping and flopping, but over here this is like we gotta have there has to be a level of philanthropy involved. This can't be the same over here as it is over here. And unfortunately in Canada right now it's they're pretty much the same.
Yeah. It's that way in the States too, man. It started out, 215, we all, before even 215, it just, once the structure came, it just all kind of, it seemed to be a ploy to get to where we're at. But as I said before with the music analogy, it's sort of where our industry is at, where no one truly owns anything. It's all VCs and a bunch of people that are investing, and those that are hanging on are so small that it's hard to compete with that at that level. And then, it clouds the water, right? Like who's right in that moment, right? So and then the consumer isn't really buying with their brain. They're buying with their back pocket because they're going towards price, not who they're buying it from. So I
Well,
think
that
that's
comes down to a huge problem. And I actually applied to the DCC's actual oversight board because everybody says, well, what's wrong with cannabis? And they don't understand. Can I go on a slight diatribe for a second
yeah,
and
hit
kind
it,
of
man.
give everybody why we're fucked up here in California? The DCC doesn't know cannabis. They don't use cannabis, right? So they don't understand that it's a simple product, right? Okay, let's see. All right, so I have a jar here, right? And I put a small bud in here. And that small bud goes in this jar. This jar is chock full of oxygen, right? What are the three things that kill cannabis? Oxygen, light, and heat, right? Majority of everything, of course, is, in glass containers. So we've talked about this before, but if you used a simple gas ratio of 80% nitrogen, 20% argon gas, and you pumped it in instead of leaving this full of oxygen, what's
Mhm.
happened is a major shift. And let me walk you back through some history, people. Before 2018, I purchased from small farmers growing high terpene rich small batch cannabis. I would take that cannabis, I would hold it for 3 weeks where I would have it tested. I would have it actually done with a plate test. And then when those were clean, then we would package it into grams, eighths, and ounces. And maximum I would buy would be usually 3 to 5 kilos per batch, tops max, usually 1 to 2 kilos per. That packaged and sold would go out the door within 2 weeks maximum. Word of mouth, etc. Again, before we're all now just 7-Eleven selling the same product. Prior, I had local regional farmers and local products like Afgui, Constance, that people would come to me for because it was fresh, terpene rich, small batch cannabis. The problem that we have now, post 2018, we've got large batch cannabis, mid grade, some high grade, being absolutely massacred from its trimming. It's basically massacred from trimming on down. I see as I travel to large manufacturers, they're putting all the same batch cannabis in one huge bag, sometimes 10 kilos plus in a bag. Okay. And they're throwing these bags around like it's a fucking football.
Mhm.
So you've got product being shaken up, not being well taken care of in non-refrigerated environments, because as we know, anything above the room temperature of the grow room it was in, terpenes, diterpenes, everything is starting to evaporate, right? If they're not actually kept in a safe environment. So we're not refrigerating it, keeping it the same way as a beer or something has, where it's from manufacturing all the way to the end. Two, we don't have quality product that's going out quickly. It's tonnage sitting on shelves in boxes being eaten with oxygen. And that oxygen in that bottle, remember, as we've talked about in Hash Church, every 3 months, it chemically changes, right? So it's actually more CBN and it's degrading, right? Well, sometimes I get my products that are 6 months to a year old at my dispensary. And so you're getting stale product, you're getting fully oxygenated product in glass jars and not refrigerated. So, and of course, the issue, of course, then is 11% humidity for packaging, right? To do it properly. So all of these things are somehow the conundrum that the Department of Cannabis Control cannot somehow understand, but we all do because one, I'm a patient, two, I was a grower, and I have an understanding as how production, manufacturing, and selling works. So we're unfortunately why people are going to their local plug is because they're getting what they used to get, fresh terpene rich cannabis, as opposed to that stale podunk shit we're selling in California. So that's why, if people are wondering, that's kind of a quick synopsis. And the Department of Cannabis Control doesn't want to force the manufacturers or distributors to necessarily go through these types of expenses. But if they did, we'd see the quality change, everything go up. So other states that are listening, we fucked up. You heard how we fucked up. Do it differently than how we did it so that you're better.
Dude, you nailed that. It's almost like you're an expert on this subject. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Can I add an anecdote to that, ATN, that I think is interesting? Is I'm not going to name the grower or the product, but I ran into someone who recently won an award at an event for some old flower, and it's because he knows how to store his flower. And literally, it was past due, past COA, right? But he entered it. He's like, dude, this is the bomb. It's better than what I have. He threw it in there, and then he's like, talk about the next competition. He's like, yeah, I'm going to throw it in the next one too. So it'll be like a year and a half old at that point. But he's just like, look, dude, I know how to store flour properly. There's a way to do it. There's right, and it's like, and you can easily have shitty flour from 3 months ago that looks worse than 3 years ago if you do it right.
That's also true. It's all the supply chain, the cold supply chain. If you have a cold supply chain, there it is. It's like we're all selling spinach in a warm fucking container and sending it across the country and just like, oh, it's sitting in the warehouse for a couple days. It's 105 degrees Fahrenheit. It should be good. You open it up and it's just fucking like liquid. It's like we need a cold supply chain. In Canada, it's fucking crazy because when you go to the store in Canada, and it's getting a little bit better now, they have these little extraction fridges now that they never used to have. But what you would generally see, even like up to a year ago and still today in most of the shops, is you'll see a little fridge. And if you go to the little fridge, it is full of beverages that have 10 milligrams of distillate in it. So the only thing they're keeping cold are 10 milligram distillate shot, nano emulsified beverages. And that's what they're keeping cold. All of the flour, all of the hash, everything is just off gassing like crazy. Some of the, it's in Canada, it gets hot in the summer, man, like 30, 40 degrees in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. This is like 100 plus Fahrenheit. It's just cooking. So yes, there would be a cost to keep their vault cold in those months. I think they only are allowed to display packaging. So it's kind of like, I mean, you can put kind of buds out, but people realized quick that the way the Canadian, regulatory framework works is if you take flour out and you have it on display, you have to destroy said flour. Can't even give it away. You can't like offer it for free or at a discount. You have to destroy said flour. So it becomes very expensive for these shops to be opening up flour just so people can see it and not even basically smell it. It's a complete and total nightmare without the cold chain, and without it, you will never. They are so obsessed with stabilizing cannabis that they don't realize that you cannot really stabilize cannabis. The best that you can do is you can make it very cold and you can reduce that vibratory frequency that's basically off-gassing these volatile organic compounds. Without that slowing it down, and Mojave is absolutely correct. I had flour that I grew and dried well before the fresh frozen days. I threw it in my freezer. I sucked the air out of it. I threw it in my freezer. It
It's
was
really
there.
not that hard.
It's not. It really isn't. I had it there for 6 years, Sam. 6 years. I opened it up and people were like, dude, what are you doing with that? I'm like, this is new process. I'm gonna, make rosin out of it. And this rosin that I made from this flower, and it was actual flower rosin, was like a baby diaper. It stunk from like
Uh,
literally across the room. It was so
Well,
loud.
all you really have to do,
Yes. He's teasing us.
He's
Skunk
frozen.
Man
Yeah.
Sam's trolling us.
Yeah.
Yes, he's frozen. See, he was talking
The
frozen.
secret
is
Dude.
put it in an inert gas, keep it away from light and heat, and I mean they do it with nuts in little foil packs.
Right. And in your coffee. I mean, that was the thing is originally the thought was the 80% nitrogen, 20% CO2. But when cannabis degrades, it turns to CO2. So that was why the suggestion of the argon to, stabilize the air around it. So no matter how it shifts, if it's kept, it would therefore be as shelf stable as possible.
The other
The
thing with
reason
coffee,
why the reason why they used argon is because argon is heavier than air. So you got to remember, air is 79% nitrogen, right? So the difference between just regular nitrogen, 100% nitrogen, is the oxygen that's in there. So it's going to take longer to sweep out a container if you're just using nitrogen as opposed to argon. Argon's heavier than air. That's why
Yes.
you
That's why in Canada, when we dry suit dive in the cold Pacific Ocean, we use argon gas to inject it into our dry suits and it keeps us warmer. And so there's another use for it. Shout out to Savvy Terps for talking about noble gases about half an hour before we started talking about them in chat.
yeah, I mean, I've used it in ovens before, Mark, to keep the environment in that oven,
Yeah,
stable, essentially.
completely inert.
For
Yeah, we
material
use
to
it all
stay
the
in there
time.
in an open container.
Yeah.
I've done some really interesting work doing that.
I, I don't know if this is real, but like about 10 years ago, someone I know, maybe less, maybe it was about 8 years ago, someone claimed to have bought the rights to the regional nitrogen packing that everyone was going to have to buy into if they did that in cannabis. And he basically took me aside and he's like, you realize that everyone thinks this is going to be the future, but this is a patented process. And the guy who holds that patent, I just made a deal with for California. And he thought he was going to make millions because the whole industry was going to go towards the nitro packed cans. And anyway, I don't know if he was full of shit or not, but it was interesting to just see like, okay, this is, that's the kind of thought process you have to have in this business, is be like way ahead of the curve
Yeah, I mean,
where you need to be.
they're already doing it with potato chips, right? Because when you fry potato chips in unsaturated oils, they will degrade. So the potato chip companies, when they package potato chips, you're blowing nitrogen in there. I don't think it's argon. I think it's nitrogen. So it's
Yeah.
Same
already,
with coffee, right?
excuse me?
They're
Just
doing the
like
same
coffee.
with coffee. Is
Yeah.
they before they do with all your coffee, and that's why it's open and you feel that rush in. Is because they along the process of the machinery, there's a puff station right before the close station, and it literally is the puff then seals and it's closed and it goes. And that is keeping the oxygen out of your coffee so your coffee doesn't degrade. If you weren't aware, I don't drink coffee, but that I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Welcome, GML just popped into the room. Well, are you in a desert or something, dude?
Yeah, morning. Good morning.
Morning.
I
Dude,
don't
you
drink
got the fuck-
coffee either.
I've never drank coffee. My wife and I both don't drink coffee. People would stay at our house and be like, hey, where's your coffee? And we'd be like, coffee? Like, you could twist up a joint if you want. And they'd just be like, you could see the concern in their face, bro. Like, people really, there's something about suppressing adenosine, like just like not having that feeling in your mind. I don't get it. I don't know it, but I certainly know there are a lot of people out there that beyond love it.
it was pushed on me when I was in like grade 3, and I just didn't like the taste, and I still don't to this day.
Damn, you got hit up with the coffee dealers in grade 3?
Well, sneaking out, I remember sneaking out of the house with my cousin in grade 3, going down to Commercial Drive and playing Street Fighter 2, and then in the
Oh,
middle
at
of
the
the
Italian
night
coffee shop.
at the Hasty Market, and
Okay.
yeah, just remember them offering me coffee, and I
My
tasted it.
wife cannot get up without coffee.
Wow. So she's
Crazy.
got the coffee maker in the bed with her, or?
When you if you freeze, they sell these online. There's like a metal ball you can freeze in the freezer, or even do it with a round ice cube. If you make espresso and have it pour over top of the cold frozen ice cube or a frozen piece of metal, the coffee will have a much different taste to it because it's retaining more of the chemical compounds that are bringing that aromatic property to life.
Is that what you do with that, Mojave?
These are actually just, well, they're for anything. They're just steel
Yeah.
frozen. You can freeze them and put them in anything, in drinks, whatever. So they're kind of cool. Like if you ever need a bunch of ice cubes, but you don't want a bunch of water after they lose their coldness, you get a bunch of these, throw them in your cooler, throw them in whatever. They're fun.
Probably not the best idea to replace your ice in the hash making process with those. I'm guessing a lot of contamination.
Yeah, and pretty aggressive as well. Hey, one
Not
thing I've
good.
always wondered, I've already an opinion on this, especially from you, Dr. Mark. Why don't
Not
people
good for those
use
of us who chew on ice, right?
yeah, okay. Hey, why don't people use oxygen absorbers in cannabis packaging?
Well, if you have oxidation happening, and oxidation is usually how terpenes are going to degrade. You need oxygen, so it's a hydrogen acceptor, right? So when if you look at if you've ever heated up THC distillate and you see white smoke coming off, that white smoke is actually water that's being formed from the degradation of THC, which is turning into CBN. And as THC turns into CBN, it gives up two molecules of hydrogen. And so those two molecules of hydrogen find the oxygen that's in the air and make water, right? H2O. So the white smoke that you see is actually steam. It's actually water. So oxygen is just well, it oxidizes, but it gets reduced. So whenever something is oxidized, something's reduced. So in that case, the molecular oxygen is being reduced to water, but that means something was oxidized in order for that hydrogen to be available. In the case of THC going to CBN, you're oxidizing THC to CBN because it's losing those hydrogens and reducing molecular oxygen from air. Yeah, so you want to try to avoid air. So is that the question? You want to try to avoid oxygen?
No, what my question is, like you see, like in most food products, there's two packets, one or two or both, and it's usually silica or an oxygen absorber. And the
Yeah.
silica is for humidity, and the oxygen absorber specifically to combat oxidization. And in cannabis, like we adopted the whole Bovida thing and the whole idea of like keeping a constant humidity in a packaged product. But like other food products, they know the big culprit for a lot of things is oxygen. So I'm just wondering if there's a reason why oxygen absorbers haven't been adopted by cannabis, or is it just that we haven't thought of it, or is there an actual possible issue that might arise?
Yeah, well, we were talking about how the sour diesel bronzes out, right? And there's kind of like a browning that, certain, strains will actually undergo during curing, which is actually a controlled oxidation, right? You're actually when during curing, and certainly like I don't know. I mean, again, it seems as though some of the more oxidized terpenes could actually be forming in that curing process, which is going to change the overall essence. But I think in general, I mean, just like in food, like if you think about like just ground beef, for example, when that oxidizes, right, it turns the beef brown, right? So if they can grab a couple more days of shelf life and keep that ground beef red, that's a big savings for them. I mean, it's just they could just get a few more days of shelf life because you're just absorbing the oxygen. And what's happening is that the thing that's making, well, ground beef, if you want to talk about that for a second, is the blood, and it's the heme that's in the blood, which is the complex with iron. And so when oxygen infiltrates that, it changes the pigment's color to brown. So that's why aged ground beef will look more brownish than it does red. But it would be like that for any bloodborne product. So that's why I would imagine, like in meat packaging, for example, you would have things that would absorb oxygen. But like even in dairy products and other things where, well, cheese, for example, you'd probably want to keep cheese in an air-free environment, or else it's going to start or continue to degrade, right? Cheese is already degraded, right? In a way. So I
Yeah.
don't know if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, now it's just kind of something I wonder about if there's a reason why certain products are so trend towards oxygen versus humidity. Anyway, guys, I gotta bounce out for a little bit, but I hope to see you in maybe 45 or 50. I'll be back if you guys are
Yeah.
still.
So Mark, I'll see you soon, Mojave. Question
Mojave.
I wanted to jump into the browning aspect. I have some Giesel that was harvested, and that's actually it's very similar. It browns out. It doesn't look like good herb, but when you smoke it, it's fantastic. It's like unbelievable,
Yeah.
right?
So it
And
loses the emerald color. I mean, like
it just
most
looks
cannabis
like
switches
just
to
some normal,
right.
like I should go grab it. It just looks, it's good. Or it's like when you open the bag, you're like hit with this overwhelming skunk gas, super skunk,
Is that sun
really
grown?
pungent. But when you look at it, you'd be like, this looks like some mediocre herb, like to be real. And but when you smoke it, it's super flavorful and super delicious all the way down to the last hit. Like if you rolled a big joint of it, you wouldn't you could taste it literally all the way down.
How many day cure is something like that?
I think that's like that batch I think is a 3 week cure at this point.
See, even that, isn't that kind of pushing it though? You need something more like about 2 months to
It's
really
still
get the
going.
full.
Like it's
Yeah,
I'm just
right,
saying like where
exactly.
it's at right now. Like yeah, it's like it's at I think it's almost at 4 weeks now, but it's yeah, it'll keep going, but it's interesting because it's such dank herb, but it doesn't like in terms of contemporary herb, you wouldn't consider this. You would look at it and be like, I'm not going to smoke it because of
Dude, it
based
makes
on
me
how
want to see it. It makes me think that
I'll
when
go
we're
grab
talking
it.
about
Give me a
herb,
sec.
yeah, when we're talking about herb, especially if we're growing it, I'd love to share people's grows or any hash making, Yeah, exactly, dude. Show the flowers, dude. Like we want to see the
So
flowers up close.
I was gonna chirp in with this. I actually keep this is my head stash jar of a Gasmo, I call it, which is GMO by Gas Mask, and I got this at a coffee shop. So this is a vac sealed jar that has like an analog little hand action
I
vacuum. So it goes like this. You can hear it, kind of a thing. It's got a vac release, and you just twist turn, and it keeps the nuggies good for quite a while. I kind of go to the fridge with it even for longer hold. But yeah, and I've noticed the gas types on me in the past, especially grown sun grown, whether East Coast or West, that they seem to oxidate really quickly. Like you got like a 2 week window, seems to be a little bit more of a hold for the, color from like a delicate indoor or whatnot, holding it.
Interesting. I like the sound of that. Everyone's jar should sound like that. When you show up at a session and you open a jar and it does that, people are like, "What the
Yeah.
fuck's that motherfucker over there got?" Like, I want to go check that out.
I would think like deli style for med shops. Maine's still medical here and the rec. So like these, if you're going deli style, and you're in and out of the jar, you just give it the twist turn. Not trying to sell the company or anything. I won't tell who makes it, but like devices like this to keep the air out for head stash at least.
Oh, I think it's okay to tell who makes it. I mean, if people want to look
Yeah.
for it and check it out, we're not getting,
Yeah, the
it's not a
brand's called
sponsor.
yeah, it's called Fellow, and it's just at the local coffee shop, to keep your high-end
Interesting.
coffee beans good. So this is
Fuck
what the
yeah.
Nikes.
This is what the cannabis world has been doing since the beginning of time. We just adopt cool things from other industries. They pushed us
Yeah.
out for so long. It was like, there's other things in the world that may not be marketed as a cannabis product, but man, it works so well. I mean, I'll tell you, the first time I made hash, it was with a $20 cake mixer from Walmart.
Right on.
Like, just fuck, that hash was killer. It's kind of why I obviously I'm a part of Whistler Technologies. I'm a partner in that company, and all these other guys like Low Temp and Hashtag and Sambo Filtration and Delta Separations. There's all these different companies doing it, and it's great. It's commercial. There's Colin with his. I just think you could still make
That's the
great hash with a
Diesel.
cake mixer. That's the Diesel. Let me
So
pin you
this is
up.
like Diesel doesn't, it's not the bag appeal girl that everyone believes it to be. It never was. But man, in terms of the flavor and to be real, man, it's a great breeding, it's good breeding stock because there's just so much to take from it and
Can you
improve
show it
on. And
again?
then
I had
yeah, yeah, sure.
Brian was pinned. My apologies, and I'm
These are
broken, so I'm
smalls
slow.
because this is all that's kind of dry right now, but it just doesn't look like weed that you'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna like, I want
Oh
a whole lot
yeah,
of this.
right.
But when you roll it up and you put it to your lips, you're like, this is all I want. Like, what is this flavor profile? And it's just, like here's
Is
some
that
diesel here. Same
is that
thing.
what
Like diesel's a fantastic varietal, but you gotta grow it really well.
Hey Colin, what's the story with the Diesel? Is that more like a mass super skunk sided?
Yeah, so it's a mass super skunk, I think Chem D.
Yep.
This is diesel. This diesel is gnarly good. So and then here got some OG over here too, some Trinity. Um, this is all really nice. But this is, yeah, I mean, all this stuff, look, it needs to cure like Mark said, for a lot longer for smoking grade material, but um, the diesel's looking good. Um, this is sour. Um,
Dude, we should be having like the USB microscope set up, screen sharing, pop that thing under the
Does
microscope,
anybody
show them
really
beautiful.
yeah,
think
this is
that
really, this stuff's really,
cannabis is better without curing?
What's that, Sam? We missed that, Sam. Can you repeat it?
yeah.
Something about cannabis is better without curing.
Does anybody think that cannabis is better without curing? I know my haze, I used to cure it for 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, I feel very strongly about haze in particular that letting those monoterpenes like release whatever that profile is and just letting that underside bouquet pop up, that's where you got that perfumey, just incredible haze flavors. I never thought that uncured weed was better than cured weed, although I will say that it's kind of what's happening with hash now, both in the BHO realm and in the water hash realm. It's all about slapping it while it's fresh frozen and making sure you run it really cold and make sure once you've run it that that goes into a freeze dryer and you keep your temperatures down as much as possible in the sublimation process. And then you sieve it right away to make sure there's no ice particles in there, but get it right into a freezer to, just stop that off gassing of any kind. So it's I remember years ago, we were up at Hank's apartment in the oh gosh, I think it was in the Leidseplein. He had an apartment above the his what was it, the Bulldog, his cafe. Do you remember that apartment, Sam? You've probably been there many times. We were up there, and I was with Tony from Sagamartha Seeds, and I had made some dry sipped with sweet skunk for the Great Gardener. Well, I had cleaned it. He had made it and it was old. He had it sitting for a long time. He had the plants sitting for a long time. Then he sifted them and that sat for a while. And it was just super well cured hash. And then I cleaned it to 99.9% heads. And I gave Tony a rip of that. And I'll never forget him just leaning back on the couch and just exhaling it and being like, oh my God. He's like, I think if the younger generation could smoke hash like this, they wouldn't go back to that. Because it was just so smooth. You'd let out a huge rip of this hash, and it was sweet skunk. So it was also already a very gentle, soft, and just like welcoming profile, in the haze lineage, but certainly not as rank or dank, but still just so fucking enjoyable. And so I feel you. Yet on the flip side, I love a good rip of some fresh frozen, that has been preserved all the way, and that makes me cough and makes my eyes almost pop out. So who's to say? It's cannabis. Just love what you love.
Yeah, there's a lot of different levels to it. But yeah, I think back to the genetics thing, I wanted to kind of touch on some of the lines that Masonic that you might be working on that you're stoked on now, since you've worked Wilson through the lines that you have worked. What are you seeing right now that you're like, yo, this is really unique?
All right, so I was doing single male donor pollinations for a while with Wilson. Like it was to the point where that's what I was identified as. Like, oh, you only do Wilson. Oh, you only make hash strains. It's like, no, like I cross Wilson to everything. So I make everything, I don't necessarily only grow one type of strain. Like I'm very open-minded about looking under every rock. So that's one thing that, I'm always doing is looking for trying to see what everything is, putting a smell to every name out there. Like you guys are saying sweet skunk, you guys are saying all these varieties like supermass, the Jeezel. I was looking in my drawer while you're saying Jeezel because I have like a rose flow Jeezel variety that I visited 5 years ago, seeds I made 5 years ago, where my nose isn't in like as it was 5 years ago, where now I could like kind of spot things and label it quicker. Whereas 5 years ago, I'm still learning shit. So I'm like, oh crap, let me dig through this Jeezel Rose Flow, see if I find anything significant. But all that to say is like what I'm working on. So I did the single male donor Wilson pollinations for like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21 is finally when I stopped doing single male donor pollinations with the Wilson. I put it on the back burner. And then that year, something possessed me to just let everything just pollinate each other. Like every single seed stock that I had in that seed from that season, from all these dope breeders, honey banana hybrids, Skittle hybrids, Bodhi gear, the list goes on and on. Landrace variety, straight from Thailand, straight from India. I just let it all rock. Fuck it. I call it natural selection. And that's what I did for 21, 22, and then last year. So for the past 3 years, I've been doing these open pollinations with different males from different seed stock. It's totally random. Like that's literally what it is. And so I made seeds for 3 years and I was happy with all that progeny. Like I would pop it myself. I'd be like, dope, like mom's in there. And even if it was like a mom that wasn't something that I liked subjectively, the offspring from it, from that natural selection would be like, ooh, like that's likable. So it was like, cool, we're on to something. But a lot of people weren't with it. The ones that were with it, God bless you. I still love it. They kept me through that the past 3 years, 22, 23, 2 years, but kind of like 21 is 22, 23 for like 2 years that I've had it. Finally, 24 comes along. I'm like, cool, let's do something else now. So I kind of just went with the algorithm of what everyone's kind of like looking at right now. And Starburst, I was like, fuck it, let's rock this Starburst. Everyone likes Starburst right now. I like Starburst right now. It's not something you can easily go grab. No one's gonna give me the Starburst cut. I don't like asking for stuff. It's never ended up on my desk. But Higher Ground sold Starburst F1 seed stock and F2 seed stock. So I dedicated some indoor runtime to some Starburst varieties. And I hunted 1 pack of F1s and 2 packs of F2s, kept all the males, kept all the females, made my selections. Now I'm making, now I made and I'm making more F3s with them. So right now I'm on a Starburst warpath as well as everything else. Like nothing is left unlooked. Like if a new breeder comes out with a pack, I'm the first in line to grab it just because it's like my job to always have my like just be privy. That way, when I'm talking, I know what the hell I'm talking about, or I could have something to say on it. And I'm not like, oh, I won't grow that dude's gear. Like, nah, if someone's making some noise and let me see what you're looking at, and I'm always wondering what's what.
So, dude, can you walk us through the garden right now? Can you give us a little
I
walk
think
there?
I can. I think this is
Yeah.
so. This is one of my two
I think
gardens.
it's Marcus, you're gonna love it. It's just it brings me back to being like when I was like 23.
All right, so this is one of two gardens. This I call the Discovery Garden because I don't do production here. I don't do light depths here. I literally just pop seeds and let everything rock here. So this is the Discovery Garden. So for starters, massive plant as soon as I step outside. Seeds everywhere, all brand new seeds. These are all brand new seed starts, all new smells. This was a watermelon patch that I just untilled and threw back in the dirt. Those are some huge plants right there. It's just everywhere. It's like a jungle out here. You go through here, some more plants.
Dude, imagine this fucking guy's your neighbor. You're just like, what's this guy all about? You find his fucking Instagram account. You're like, damn.
I just
Yeah,
love
it's
it,
just
man.
it's
That's what it's
just
all about
everywhere.
right here, everyone.
Look, I even like throw down trays. It's like just grow some weed, man. Who gives a fuck, You have to
Yeah.
literally go through this tunnel to get through the other side. And then there's more weed over here. And then there's more weed. Look, those are the power lines. They're growing in a kiddie pool. And there's more weed down here. There's more. Look, I've been throwing plants in there just 10 times over. Just throw a plant in there, let it grow. You go over here, there's more weed. So this is just kind of using what I got, I don't have a farm, so this plant, I didn't support it, so it kind of just toppled over. I'm just kind of just letting it rock. Fuck it. I'll be all right. I'll get some hash off of that. We'll get like 3 ounces, 4 ounces of hash off of that bad boy just chilling. But this
like
is
your
my
style.
Discovery Garden. This is it. It's
This
as
is
big
great,
as the
dude.
house.
This is inspirational. You know what? This is relatable. This is, it's, you don't like, grow some weed. Like you said, grow some weed, find some flavors. You don't need a multi-million-dollar facility. Go
Are you
ahead, Sam.
planting? Are you pollinating with multiple males on the same female?
So here, am I multiplicating with multiple males from the same seed stock? Yes. I think yes. So like when I'm doing my natural selection, open pollinations to make that seed stock, it is different males from that same seed stock. I think that's what you asked.
Cool.
Did you say males or males, Sam? Were you asking if he was hitting multiple different males pollen to one
Well, you
female?
can't hit males, so I figured, you do. It's the other way around,
No, the reason I'm asking that is because
Oh my God. Why does this mic keep doing that?
no, I'm asking if he's using multiple different varieties of males on the same female.
That's what I thought you meant.
Yes. So more than likely that is what's gonna happen, right? Unless like I can't tell, right? Because it's happening by itself. If there's 5 different males with one female growing with it, I guess it's like a cat. Cats can have different dads when they have their babies, right? So I'm guessing it's more so that than just one of them hit it, because there's different males. There's no telling. You could pop the progeny and wonder what might have hit it, but all in all, I just take it for like everything. It could be anything, if there's 5 males, any of those males could have hit it.
And this is just to get it like as diverse as possible.
This is just to make seeds.
Yeah.
Just making seeds, and you can label it whatever you want after. Yeah, to make it diverse as possible. It just so happens that
Dude, it's
happens.
chaos breeding. I fucking love it, bro.
It's one of like 1 year, 2 years of like the next 80 years of breeding that I have that I just kind of visited, and it worked. It won first place legends, for Christ's sake. The candy shishka berry was a natural selections lineage, So it's like, it's not that that's like to prove that it's good, but it's like,
Well, it's
a lot
pretty
of
good
things
proof
came
that it's
from-
good, dude.
a lot of things came from stuff that's like, oh, we don't know what it is.
That's
like,
okay.
What's Skittles? Nobody could tell you. They could tell you all their lore. What's, a bunch of strains. So that's kind of like the credo behind that is like, oh, we're just making seeds. As far as receiving end is concerned, cool. I got half the story locked in. As far as the donor's concerned, I'll just, when I grow these seeds, from when I know, like, oh, if I see something that has haze in it, Thai, I could smell it almost immediately. Shishka berry, because there's shishka berry candy, shishka berry mells out there. It's like, oh shit, I know it hit it almost immediately. And that's a little selfish, but I'm making seeds very transparently. People ask me, yo, Mace, what were the mells out there? I could explain a bunch of times, but it's all like, dude, it's random. Even if I tell you, you're not going to be able to know because you're going to learn down the process. And if you do know, it's because you're a discerner. You'd probably tell me before I tell you, you know? I smell Skittles. I smell pepper. Oh, fuck, probably Tom Hill Hayes F3 hit it, you know? Oh, I had a white Tahoe skunk. That probably hit it. And it's just like, but all that, yeah, it matters. But that's my thing was like that this year, this natural selections,
the reason
pollination, it didn't
the
matter.
reason I'm asking the reason I'm asking
Yes, the reason you're asking.
the reason I'm asking is because I often use a male, a single male, and I hit it towards hundreds of different females, but I know what the male is.
Yeah, that's what I did the previous 5 years with my Wilson Mel. And then I decided to do, as I'm doing the natural selections, pollination, I'm doing other single male donor pollinations at different spots just to like do my vision. If it was up to me in a perfect world, I do a whole lot of everything, you know. Oh, look, just cross these together and cross. But this is my way of like kind of in essence doing all that at once, per se, you know, just what I have all at once and still work single male donor pollinations on the side. Like I'm doing other pollinations. Like I'm doing a freak show pollination right now as we speak, as I'm doing a starburst pollination, as I'm doing this chaotic breeding, as some might deem, you know? It's
I
all
like
being
it,
done
dude.
at the same time. There's not just one thing that I do it all. You know,
Yeah.
it's
Well,
like,
the bottom line is, like you said, cultivars winning legends. You talk about if it's making noise. Well, you've been making a ton of noise for some years now. People love what you're doing. People love the Wilson. You've been able to fall into it with the right, meeting Bloom early on and getting, those papayas. That's incredible. I just think it's a great way to do it in the sense of just using your nose and following, Toucan Sam style. Just follow your nose.
yeah, very much so. It's very, you know, that chicken's bigger, that chicken's bigger. Let's put them together. Let's make a big chicken. Like and then the scientists and the people that are good with all the jargon, they could back me up and be like, "Oh, this is why he did it," and I'll be like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah, that is why I did it," and then I'll re-spew that shit, easy peasy, you know. But that's kind of the game for me. Like I'm the guy in the garden just planting thousands of plants and taking care of them myself with the little space that I have, but with the passion that is like trumps everything that I do. I just love this shit. I want to smoke. I hate to be like weird about it, but like I like to smoke hash all day and just have hash around me. And, like as long as that's sustained, the quality of my life is better. And, that's what I revolve my life around to this date. And so I just have to be as good as I can with it.
Lot of nodding heads. Lot
Yep.
of nodding heads while you said that.
Couldn't
At
agree
least
more, man.
three. At least three that I saw. Hey,
Couldn't
welcome to
agree more.
Selena. Selena snuck in. Looks like you're sitting in a nice little garden, or at least a photo of a garden.
I'm in the most beautiful garden right now. So this is my friend Drake's garden. You know Drake. He has a really interesting growing methodology. It's the Jadam. I'm sure you guys are familiar with it, but I'm gonna show you guys really quick where I'm sitting just to give you a quick glance. Pretty rad. So I'm like literally amongst his beautiful garden. If I look up, like these canopies, I want to say it's about 12 feet tall now. Like it's absolutely gorgeous. These plants are so vigorous and healthy.
Is that in Vernon?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. So this is the Beach and Grow.
Great.
And it's just gorgeous. So I really wanted to show it to you guys today because I really think it goes along well with what you've been talking about earlier.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
a little
It's
bit
nice
later.
to see you too.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys. This conversation has been wild. So thank you for having me.
Absolutely. I can already tell after today that we're going to have some of Mesa's seeds growing in our gardens in the near future. Talking about all those flavors got me fucking drooling.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I can contest. Like I've grown a lot of your work, a lot. Everything you've sent and everything we've bought has produced something worth running in terms of the hash realm. So it's rare to see that. Um, Thug Pug's another one. You're rare to like all of his work seems to just do well. He's another one that's good. Obviously Fletcher Archive, he's got a good knack for it. But yeah, man, it's cool. And it's you gave me the natural selections I ran, like were RS11. I think you gave me a GMO. You gave me a bunch. I have to go back on the list, but there's a bunch of I remember the RS11 vividly. That
Nice,
was like very good. Um,
nice.
that came out very good. Um, so yeah, even like the Willie Nelson Wilsons that you gave us were like oddly good.
How long ago did you get those?
Yeah, a couple years ago, I think.
Yeah, those are older. I made
Those are
those like
older
in
ones. Yeah.
2018, 2019.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
those like when I made those strains, like I'm just popping stuff. Like I don't
Yep.
know what Willie Nelson is. I don't
Yeah.
know NL5. I'm 32 from South Central. We didn't grow up on Hayes. We grew up on OG, So it's
Yeah.
like I'm just growing stuff, even though everyone's like at the time, 2018, no one was like getting props for growing Hayes unless you were in the in crowd with like the Mean Jeans and like, but like as far as like status quo hash heads, they're like they disregard almost everything. Even nowadays, everybody only wants like the everyone agrees on a certain turban profile as far as like the mass people, right? And at the time, I'm just kind of doing left field stuff, doing stuff that I'm like, you know what, fuck it. And maybe it's all I had at the time too. It's like, let's rock this, let's rock this. Someone had gifted me those packs, and he was held to a high regard, and I was like, cool, people like him. Uh, I like him. He's a nice guy. Let me throw these in the ground. And it just kind of happened like that. Like it was never like, yo, we're on a chase. We need to grab that one because we're gonna be rolling in dough when we do that one. It's always been like everything natural, throw it in the ground. And Willie Nelson NL5 ended up becoming like one of the strains I threw on the back burner because at the time it smelled nothing like candy, nothing gas, nothing sour. It was like a evergreen, floral, hazy type Turk. And I was just like, whatever, throw it on the back burner. I had like a 1 gallon bag full of these seeds. So we would just give them away for free a lot of the times. We'll sell them for $10. And it ended up becoming one of the varieties that a lot of people like because it ended up being a better grower than most of the varieties because of the lineage that it had in it. And I just learned along the way that like everybody likes everything. I might like what I like. So I ended up becoming like a record store when it came to my seed varieties. It's like, yeah, I like Skittles and candy and gas and sour, and that's all I'm gonna buy when I'm making my purchases. But it would be a disservice and it would suck for anything else not to exist. Like, oh, Trainwreck just one day doesn't exist. So I have all those offerings as well. I make sure to lock in and make hybrids, whether it be with a single male donor pollination or natural selections, as far as receivers are concerned. And it's kind of like it's like a record store. Like, oh, I literally tell people, what do you like? Oh, I like candy. Oh, you'd love these, and everything's great for what it is. Everything is, and everyone likes what they like.
Yeah.
Shishko berry happens to be a safe one for a lot of people to like at the moment.
I was actually surprised to see it come back around, to be honest, with all the things in the world that have come,
Yeah,
But then again, knowing what I know of it, maybe it's been here all along. We didn't know, right?
it's kind of like papaya. Gee, if nobody would have ever spotted papaya, I think like the way Harry did, it would have just
KC
like
brains, right?
somebody
Those
else would have
KC
did it.
brains?
Yeah, he like so the way it happened with him is some dude smoked him out with papaya, some shatter, and he's like, "Yo, what is this?" And
Right.
the dude's like, "Here's the clone," and then he's like, "Making femmes," right? Like it's kind of like, and that's when it gets in more people's hands because it's harder to get the actual clone into people's hands. Whereas the seed stock, it's like you could send it to Iran from here. Good luck
Sure.
sending the fucking clone.
We've seen crazy things with S1s too, man. Like we've been running S1 sours that we've made just like ourselves, and we're seeing like ridiculous plants that are very impressive that I didn't believe could exist.
Yeah.
So it's just you got to hunt large populations of it to to Sam's point.
I'm having some technical difficulties right now, guys. It seems like the stream stopped. I
Yeah,
tried to get it going again. It says the custom live stream is going and we're still recording, but I don't see it on YouTube. I don't see the stream. I can't find the chat. I can't find everyone. So I just
I
don't want to
lost
miss.
it too.
Yeah, I don't want to miss
it,
this.
yeah, it shows that it's ended for some reason.
Yeah, and I can't find the chat, so I can easily just start this over real quick, and I'll just, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the way I usually do it. I'm going to stop the live stream, and then I'm going to live stream onto YouTube, which will create a whole new YouTube, and then we can just continue the conversation from here. And if I have to splice them together, that's not a big deal either. But yeah, I don't want to miss the conversation, so thanks for your guys' patience. What are you in Grand Square there?
Yeah,
take a dab, everyone.
just checking shit out.
Maze, this is blueberry banana. This stuff is ridiculous. This is really, really nice. We washed this in April. And
This
it's
get
really
I grew this right here. I'm sorry, I got excited when we were talking about our hash.
Oh, hell yeah.
I grew this and I washed it in my backyard in Compton, and I
Are you
pressed
still
it.
doing so I noticed you're doing some air dry stuff, which I'd love to see because it's honestly it's where I think all of us on at least on this panel here started.
So this
Uh,
is all air dry fatso that I did,
yeah,
that I
buddy.
pressed. I have air dry heads in the freezer, and this was freeze dry because I don't get me wrong, I love my air dry technique, but I do air dry because of lack of freeze dryer, you know? So we just kind
Yeah.
of working our way up the ladder, but we are like good at air drying as far as what we know. We learned from Pua. I think Pua works for Nelson and Company. I think you were showing off a jar earlier, but yeah, that's who taught me how to air dry was Pua, and he's a really dope hash maker. But
He
either
is
way,
he is a dope hash maker. I met him in Barcelona years ago. He's a
oh yeah,
good kid, man.
shout out
Yeah,
Camden,
I
man.
always say like if you can master air drying, everything else is easy,
Yep.
right? Because you understand the inherent needs of that material on a level that you can't learn the other way around.
And I wouldn't learn it in any other way. Like I like if someone gave me the freeze dryer, I'd be like, let's learn how to air dry first, because that's just I'm like work from the bottom on the way up, and it's like reverse engineering it. Like you just kind of know every piece of the engine to an extent, right?
Well, it
But
makes you think about where Sam's mind was all those years ago when he was like, well, I'm just going to cure my herbs so good that when I go to sift it, it's like the best of all the worlds, right? Which is like it's very difficult to do that. It's with a capital V,
yeah,
you know?
it starts with the grow all day. Like that's what I found. It's just like just grow the best flower, you'll have the best hash, and that's usually environmental, in a lot of cases, because you could have like the genetics subjectively, you could like care less for it, but the clean resin at the end. That's from my personal experience. I've been like, oh man, I could have, prevented more dust from kicking up in the plants, and that would have been the literal 50%, better. Like it would have just been that much better, I think. But that's how I look at it.
For sure, but you're right. Like it starts with the right genetics and
Genetics. Nowadays, a lot of stuff's great. You'll get your 1%. Everything washes. You're just not going to get what you want back on some of them. Like I washed 500 grams of Black Lime Reserve, and we got like a gram back. It's like it's that type of thing. But
yeah,
but
it
I
still
just
happens
found
today, even with all the information we have out there and everybody talking to each other. But that's where clones, I think, or lines that are known, such as your male lines that you created, that turned into the lines that you work. It's like Skunk One, Sam, I'm sure you selected and leaned into that for reasons that were most likely towards the end of things you wanted to make and profiles that you were looking for.
yeah, the BLR Wilson does dump as opposed to the BLR mom itself. And it's just that's kind of that's your answer right there. It's like it's genetics, but everything washes is just BLR Wilson dumps about 4 or 5 as opposed to BLR by itself where it only does 1. And BLR Wilson does still carry on that lime tinge, not as explosive as mom where it's more of a sharp burn your eyes lime, but the Wilson gives it like a cream back end, but it's like a lime cream. But either way, like you got to kind of work it, kind of work it. Only haze
So
thing that I've seen is
Eugene
like,
told me the black lime to watch out for herms if I ran seeds of it. Is
I
that
ran
what you saw, or
14 seeds. No, no herms, no herms,
herms? That's
no
great.
herms.
That's
I
cool.
see herms in in landrace varieties more than anything. I see herms in my greenhouse when I'm growing it in the summer with the doors closed.
Heat.
I don't
Yeah.
really see herms when, like, I live in Compton, California. It never gets below 40 here. It gets above like 105. It's like it's always within that frame, and it's like very forgiving for the plants. So when I grow, I've only noticed herms when I'm growing plants in places where they shouldn't be growing, like in the shade,
Yeah.
where they're like getting confused with the sun in the shade, or in a greenhouse where the temperature is fluctuating a little bit more than they're used to.
So,
And
yeah.
and that's when I notice herms. And I also notice herms in a lot of like feral landrace varieties. Like I've grown some stuff that was sent to me from Saipan. I've grown some stuff from that was sent to me from India. I've grown some stuff from Thailand that was sent directly from Thailand, and I had to be a little bit more careful, uh, growing those as opposed to,
Yeah.
just anything else. But the BLRs, no, I literally paid top dollar for those seeds in a charity auction, and I allocated some F1 seed stock, and I also bought the cut that Skunk Tech and Mean Gene were selling collectively, that they were
Nice.
doing on an Instagram sale about 4 years ago, and I still have both of my selections and theirs in my living library, as well as seed stock for sure.
Skunk Tech has some really good stuff that he had sent to the States that I received and then eventually sent to him. I believe they're from Chimera.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of old stock that he just popped. I saw some posts of those. So there should be, I think he should be probably releasing some of those too. The Chimera stuff was
It,
always really good. And Sam, didn't you work with Chimera? Is that true? Sam?
Sam mentored Chimera. He's
Yeah.
known, yeah, he's known Ryan for a very long time, 25 plus years, I would guess, at this point in time. Hey,
Yeah, he has.
welcome to Wade Laughter, who popped in as well. We had a little bit of
well,
technical
we didn't
difficulties there.
breathe that much together. What we actually did was we worked together primarily supplying seeds to to Canada. We sold to all the big dispensaries, licensed dispensaries.
That's true. They definitely had that figured out before most. There was a window there that those guys sold a schwack of seeds into Canada for sure. Oh, I can hear it in the background there. I can hear Sam talking, echoing on the YouTube that restarted. That's funny. So how are you doing today, Wade? You're muted. Oh, there you go. You're not muted. Sorry.
Not so great. The chemotherapy has been harder row to hoe than I had hoped it would be. But
How are you doing today, Wade?
yeah, decided to drag myself out of bed and see what was happening in Hash Church, because this is one of my deepest loves, the concentrates of this plant and what she can do for us. Yeah, that's all I have to report. I am ingesting significant quantities of CBG and CBN based on some science I saw a couple of weeks ago. Hoping to see some results from that. But yeah, mostly doing okay.
Well, we're glad to have you. We're glad to have you, man. In any way, shape, or form, we're just glad to have you here.
Thank you, Marcus. It's a real treat for me.
I've also broken my clavicle here in the last couple of days, so I'm dealing with a broken bone. Certainly not anything compared, but boy, it hurts.
Yeah, I broke the clavicle on this side opening a pill bottle a couple of years ago.
Oh my, that's what that was that broke. I remember that. Well, I flew off a skateboard going Mach speed and landed on my shoulder at the Whistler skate park. So it was kind of like getting hit with a bat. It was no bueno. I'm still trying to figure out this technical difficulty we had. We lost about 175 live viewers. We had 368 people watching live, and we're back to about 153. So thank you guys for being the hardcores that came back, and hopefully the rest of people will realize that we're back on tune. In 10 years of doing Hash Church, it hasn't just shut off on YouTube many times. So that's maybe like the second or third time that's ever happened. So apologies for the technical difficulties. I did do it differently today, and I'll probably just stick to doing it the same from now on because that was stressing me out. I feel like a pro after 10 years because I was having a massive anxiety attack wondering where the stream went, but I didn't want to interrupt. So thank you guys for your patience. Maybe it's time to smoke some hash.
Can help with that. Mark, I'm curious, have you tried any suppositories for your pain?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I've been just eating gummies. They've been pretty good. I've just been chomping on the White Rabbit gummies, the sugar-free brown rice syrup sweetened vegan little gummies. They're just 10 milligrams a pop, but I'll eat like maybe 5 of them throughout the day. And it's been pretty good. I haven't had to take like Tylenols or anything like that. Although I think it was Thomas talking about suppositories last week in regards to how much it helped his relative there with the stage 4 liver cancer. Is that correct, Thomas?
Yes, yes. He was doing actually 6 weeks of a hyperbaric chamber, just like basically compressed oxygen, I guess, and or I don't know, like going under oxygen under pressure. And yeah, he's been just taking like a suppository dose every single day because he has no tolerance at all. And he had all different types of tumors all over his liver. And literally about 6 of them are gone, and he's down to 2. And in the last 3 months, they haven't grown at all. It's pretty mind blowing. So we've all been just like even the doctors are just like, holy shit, just keep on doing what you're doing. He's kind of taking like a high dose of vitamin C and then just suppository dose every single or twice a day now. We're just trying to load him up as much as possible.
What are the doses he's on for suppositories?
I just was making rosin and making it as like putting just a little bit of coconut oil. Like I don't even know if he actually even needed any coconut oil, but like I had just been making pure rosin and just maybe about a 10% ratio of coconut oil and then putting it in gel caps, and he's been taking a couple of those a day. So I don't,
I'm curious.
I'm curious if I had to guess, it's probably like at least 600 milligrams, I would imagine, or 500 from each one. I haven't had it actually lab tested it, but I'm using like a good, like it was made from flour too for the most part, but it's decent flour.
I know one thing. If I wanted edibles, I would never get Thomas to make them for me. Holy fucking shit. This guy eats 2,000 milligrams at a time.
No, that's
Yep.
duration.
Yep.
I don't eat 2,000 milligrams.
Tom,
I've
I'm
witnessed
curious,
it.
what cultivar are you using for the rosin for these suppositories? I'm curious from a patient perspective.
It's been a combination of 3. It was like this Death Bubba strain that I've had for years. And then it was Mac Daddy and a Pink Kush was just what I happened to have been growing. So I've just been from that one crop, and I just made like a bunch of oil from them. But we've get it running really, really low. I was thinking about like, do I even need to mix coconut oil into it if someone's taking it suppository? I'm not even sure. So I've about to make a whole bunch more for him, though. It's like really well, he was given like months to live basically at some point, like a year and a half ago. And yeah, it's like it's getting better, so it's pretty mind-blowing.
And like, how's his constitution? Is he getting his energy back? Is he like how
Definitely he's like I just saw him 2 days ago, and he like looked so good. Like I was surprised on how well he looked compared to like 6 months ago, like where he was always sleeping. Like usually people when they have it, they get really, really tired. And yeah, he's just doing really like he obviously still is a little bit tired, and he's completely cut out any type of sugar in his diet too, and just trying to eat as healthy as possible. And yeah.
That's so exciting. Thanks for doing that for him.
Oh yeah, it's my pleasure. Um, it's exciting to see. Like I said, I was when he was doing the hyperbaric chamber, like it wasn't taking it out like the same way that the cannabis has been, anyways. But I think that's anybody's best bet. Like we lost somebody else in my family from it, and I got them a bunch of RO and or RSO, and they were afraid to take it. And it's like, because they're afraid of getting high, and it's just like no one has an excuse not to take it suppository. Why not use as many weapons as you possibly can if you get into this type of situation? It's what I recommend to everybody, and just push it on your family member. Just make them try it.
Well, and it's like, and obviously they play well together, right? Like is it vitamin C, like IV therapy that they're doing as well?
I'm not sure about that part, but I would imagine it's like a high grade, or I don't know. I would imagine it's like a good type of UV or what I want to say UVC, vitamin C. But
UVC, yes.
yeah. So I've been talking about UVC lately so much. It's just having a hard time.
Thomas has UVC on the brain, Selena. Those are the predator lights that he's released that disrupt bug populations in a sort of pretty miraculous way.
Can you, like, I mean, just for myself, can you explain a little bit more about how that works?
Well,
you do get high from a suppository.
you do?
You can. If you put it up too high, like usually when we're talking about patient care, I also work with medical patients that use cannabis, like to the first knuckle. The higher you go, the higher you'll get, is usually what I say. Because there's a part of your colon that correlates with the liver, and you can get quite high if you insert it too high. So it depends. And also, your hydration level, your diet, all these other factors really, it makes a difference in how that suppository is going to be received or not. Totally right.
To be quite honest, I've never got into that part of the topic about how far to push it. I never even thought of that, but I definitely didn't think that it gets you high. Well, like this guy or my cousin, like he took 20 milligrams orally, he'd be totally leveled. So I guess it's keeping it at a level where he's not getting high yet.
Well, and what I've also seen with some patients that I've worked with is, the degree of cancer that they're fighting or the degree of pain that they're in, it's almost like the medicine goes towards mitigating that first before it presents as a euphoria or dysphoria. So like we've had an example where somebody's cancer went into remission, they were taking the same dose that they'd always take, and all of a sudden they were very intoxicated from the medicine. And what we found is it was because the cancer had gone into remission and it wasn't needed for fighting that cancer anymore. So, I mean, this plant is miraculous. We don't fully know, but I think it's really cool that, we're at least experimenting and people have access to it and you're providing that option for your family. I think it's really important.
Well, just this topic got brought up earlier this week. While there was someone had said something about the legal market and the black market or the legacy market. And before I made a post, I actually went around and I phoned a whole bunch of different stores to just see how much someone can get a gram of RSO if they need to fight cancer. And it's at the cheapest I could get was $34 for something that's 650 milligrams. And what percentage of the population can actually afford to take that or do that twice a day? It's not affordable for people, but on the legacy side of things, you definitely can find stuff that's affordable for people. So there's a real issue. It's where, the government or some people need to start stepping up or advocating to subsidize anybody if they legitimately have cancer. They should be a right where they can get it. Like I know people that are, were telling me that they're trying to take it as much as they can afford it, which is pretty crazy when you're fighting for your life.
It's wild. And then to pay excise tax on top of it all is just such an insult, especially because it's medicine.
Well, I know when they subsidize the most stupidest other things you would imagine, like when you look at other things or other departments and stuff. Yeah.
Well, and that's where too, I'm in a patient grow right now. Like if patients have the option to grow their own medicine, obviously it's, the most cost-effective way to get it. But not everybody has the space or has the capability, especially if they're in a certain, weakened state of health. And time is a really big factor here. So this is where I think the power of community is really important. Being able to have, those neighbor grows that can share medicine and share resources, or having friends that have, those freezers full of extra product that they're not necessarily going to use, and being able to share that amongst the community for people that really need it. I'd love to see more of those types of channels happen on a larger scale. I think it's a great way to take back our power as humans, as sovereign beings.
Awesome. Well said, for sure. I'm still trying to figure out how the show got cut off, but we're back to 200 viewers, so we got back up there.
We're bumping up. People are coming back. They're finding you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you still having your panic attack? Are you okay?
No, I'm pretty relaxed, other than, the soreness. But I'll tell you, there's nothing like soreness or pain to really force you to be in the moment. A lot of people spend a lot of time in the past, or they spend a lot of time in the future, which of course causes anxiety and or depression. So it's good to just try to be present. I think it's one of the reasons why I love cannabis so much, because cannabis is also a nice little like, hey, look how beautiful the world is when you pay attention to it. And you actually just exist in it in that moment, rather than be like, oh, I want to do this, 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 and this. And I got all these plans for the future. And it's like, that's anxiety. Then you go back to the past and you're like, oh, I did this, 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 and this. And now it's different. That's depression. Best to just stay in the moment if you can. It's not easy. I'm not the best at it, but
look at this gift you've given yourself, this broken clavicle, to just bring you right back into here and now.
Oh yeah. It's and slow me down too. I'm a very type A personality, so I move very quickly everywhere, always doing things fast. So this is like a good reminder that slow's good too.
I can keep up with you in the airport now.
Yeah, exactly,
dude. Guy walks so fast, I have like really bad knees. It's like well, not always, but I have arthritis, and sometimes it's like such a fight. I'm like, dude, please just slow down a little bit, my knee.
He has asked me to slow down a little bit in the airport.
Well, it's like the walking meditation, right? That like slow down. You actually get so much more done when you can just slow it down. And that's that present that you were talking about, being in the here and now.
I walk like I'm about to have a heart attack.
Yeah, I used to. I called it hummingbird mode, which I mean is appropriate sometimes, but also you need to stop and like smell the flowers and enjoy life while it's happening.
Well, it would take me forever if we were going at my speed. Like Marcus would get right in there and I'll like get in the elevator, or else I'm letting everybody go, or everybody's just fighting for it. So yeah,
he's just like
he's not messing around. It's like I have to keep up, and it's like he'll cut in front of one person, I'll have to get with him.
You need like one of those like little kid like harnesses on him where he's got like the little vest with the little leash.
Yeah, that'd be
Don't
nice.
lose him at the airport.
I'm sure if those existed when I was younger, I probably would have had one, because I'm sure I gave my parents heart attacks. Kids are amazing, you don't think so, but they are so aware of when you're staring at them, when you're looking at them, when you're perceiving them. And so the second you stop perceiving them and they bolt, it's why you're like, how could that kid possibly have gotten away in that short a period of time? It's like, well, just have a couple and you'll find out in a
because they've been vigilantly watching for you to just tune out.
Look away. Yeah. And what you think is 2 seconds was actually like 2.5 minutes. Now your kid's like 7 aisles over, hiding in the cereal boxes.
Thinking it's so much fun while you freak the fuck out. Yeah. All kids. I got cat kids, so it's a little different. I got a mouse this morning. He came into my room and presented me with a mouse at 2 a.m. So that was a different kind of fun surprise.
Well, I get that every day. Yesterday was a bird. The day before was a shrew. The day before that was a mouse. And it's just been consistent for like, say, maybe the last 200 plus days. My cat is a murderer. In fact, when my cat gets consumed by like coyotes or whatever's going to eat it, I'll say what I said last time when people go, oh, aren't you sad? And I'll say, live by the gun, die by the gun. That murderous motherfucker killed thousands, and now he too has been murdered. Oh, woe is me.
Well, and it's like the cycle of life, right? It just continues. He probably died doing what he loved, murdering something else or chasing something else.
Exactly. And probably when my original cat, Dutch, who got killed many, many years ago by coyotes and then flown out of my village by a bald eagle, when Dutch passed away, I'm sure he realized, he was like, oh, this is what it's like to be on the Dutch loved to like pull baby birds out of nests.
Oh,
like he was a serial killer. He was the most sadistic cat ever. And I would be remiss. I would be remiss if I didn't show a picture of Dutch as I'm talking about Dutch, because he was my favorite cat and he was murderous and he was awesome and he got eaten by coyotes. That's what I'm talking about. Dutch would go on hikes with me. He'd cruise around with me up in the forest,
Oh my
climb
God.
trees. Yeah, he was awesome.
He's
But
like the sweetest little mountain cat.
he was like 25 pounds. He was a huge cat. His like paws were like, people were like, whoa, why do you have a cat that's so big? I'm like, I don't know. I saved him from a homeless like shelter in Vancouver. Like this kind of crazy cat lady had him and she couldn't take care of him or herself. So I was like, oh, I paid her for whatever. I think it was $25 to get that cat. He was a street cat and he was the best cat that ever lived.
They usually are. I love me.
Yes, we love our pets. I'll tell you, owning cats and dogs, there's a big division in the cats and dogs community. Owning cats and dogs is awesome. Then you get to really know the unique nuances of like the just like completely unconditional love of a dog and the complete like absolute dismissal of a cat. They're so neat to have on both sides. I love animals, so always have. R.I.P. to my little dog that passed away a couple years ago. Oh, and Brian's dog as well. I thought, when I saw the painting, I was like, that dog has passed on for sure.
Yeah, that was my Stella girl, Stella Blue. She died a year and a half ago, but she was 16 and she traveled, it's from Southern Humboldt and grower lines on both ends of the family. So she had a good long life. And then I just lost my little baby Lucy at 7 years old, beautiful cane Corso, about 3 months ago. So it's been a change.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah, I've just kind of been like moving through it and going through the grieving and understanding unconditional love for sure rings a bell. Got a big lesson and a blessing. And
was that a painting of her next to you?
Yeah, I just got this yesterday. The painting here is of my old girl, the big one. And then this is just a picture of Lucy in the greenhouse right next to the raised beds and the light depth.
So happy.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. Sure.
I have a cane corso named Lucy. I actually lost
Wow.
I had another cane corso named Leia actually that I lost her about 2 years ago, and she was one, and I got her spayed, and it was from the surgery.
I'm
And
sorry for that.
it was so crazy because like I had a bad feeling about the place we were going to, like someone had said something bad. So then I went and found another vet who had the best reputation around. They tested her and did all these tests before, and then yeah, when I got her home, she bled out. And I had another one, believe it or not, before that it was another cane corso and it had like a bunch of defects, and I spent like about 7 grand trying to figure out what was wrong with him, and he had something in a spinal cord, and we had to put him down at like 6 months old. It's crazy.
I'm sorry for it.
I can relate. I'm a cane corso guy.
Yeah, they're beautiful animals. I got to know they're very patient and taught me like she was really low pressure dog. So it's kind of carried on in spirit, where it's like a low pressure lifestyle. And it really is kind of come in with like a lot of peace into my life. So I got to get a good blessing from that baby. I love the canes too.
Nice.
I was going to say that's probably one of her gifts to you, especially in the afterlife now. It just carries through.
Yeah, right away, very vivid. It's like more, obviously noticeable now that she's gone, but it was like immediate transferal there, of energy. So,
well, R.I.P. to our friends that have come and gone, both animal and human, for that matter. I always say to people when I hear them grieving, I think of Dr. Seuss, who said, "Don't be sad that they're gone. Be happy that they were here." I was like, yeah, dude, no shit. And then I saw my friend Clint Young had posted recently. He lost his father not too long ago, and he wrote, "I miss you, Dad. I hate that you're gone." And so I wrote in the comment section, or do you love that he was here? And I think it's just this slight, ever so slight perspective change, which I'm sure it's probably one of the reasons we all love cannabis, shutting off the background sound and all the sort of manipulations and all that sort of whatever you want to call it. It's almost like good versus evil. You just want to shut off the evil for a little bit. You have a little hoot, you open your mind, and you can start becoming more open to these concepts and these ideas that life is a little deeper than you may think.
I got to share my only ketamine trip I ever had. Big shout out to the Empower Health group in Vancouver. They did a clinical staff day, and part of my journey was grief. And I found myself on the river Styx in my journey on my cosmic canoe, I called it, because it's this feeling that you're constantly moving and you can't hold on to anything. But I was on the river Styx and I was floating on the grief river. And the message to me was the grief is the love. And the love is the buoyancy that keeps you afloat on this grief river. And it's such a juxtaposition, but it's such a beautiful complement of each other, right? Like you can't grieve as deep if you didn't love as much. So that's why it hurts so much. And I think the beauty of grief too is, it's always with you. You carry it with you. And even though more time goes by, I love the analogy that, the grief is kind of like, this stone that you carry, and it feels like so encapsulated, right? Because it's so acute, especially in your situation. Your beautiful dog passed away only 3 months ago, but it's like as time goes on, you have more space and time, but that rock remains the same, or that stone remains the same, and that grief you get to carry with you, and it is a representation of your love. And I think it's just so beautiful. And I think in our culture, we don't honor grief as much as we should, or we have like timelines on it, or it should look a certain way. And grief is just so ineffable, and it's not linear. Sometimes you'll get a smell or a sound or a song, and it'll just take you right back into those moments. And I really like your reframe where you can celebrate it, because you have
I know that for you, Selena, that you really stared in the face of grief in a different way, doing end of life for both your grandfather and your grandmother in home. That is like beyond like angel status. The palliative care that you offered them. I'm sure that grief was being experienced through the entire process, obviously to the end and on. But that is a unique thing. When you don't run away from something like that and you face it head on, you can once again get deeper in to the experience. And I was terrified of grief. I got hit with grief when my father was killed suddenly with his wife on a motorcycle that I had bought him for his 50th birthday. And they had this accident, and they both passed away. And for me, grief was like a shovel in my face. I had never really been forced to stare at it before, and so it was a little bit shocking. I can see how people would want to run away from it, or maybe get confused by it and think that it was a bad thing. But I think, as what's his name here, Floundy said here in chat, what did he say? The worse that it is, the luckier you were for your grief. Foul Bundy.
That's so powerful. That's so powerful. Thank you for that. Well, and especially in your circumstance, right? Like with my grandparents, it was like a slow grief process, and with dementia, you slowly watch this person slip away while they're still alive. Whereas for you, it was like a shovel in the face. It was like, boom, So were you able to lean into it and go into it, or did you run from it for a while until it finally caught up?
No, I don't think I did run from it. I think I pretty much faced it right away. I always say, like at the funeral, I was kind of like the movie where you see the Italian woman in all black with the veil over her face, and she's like crying on top of the casket. I was basically her, like just like I don't think I had cried for, I don't even know, like maybe 15 or 20 years or something. So it was the most incredible release of emotion and deep sadness, and kind of just like, whoa, like my dad. And I had a great relationship with my dad. My dad was super mentor, super awesome man, super, just very hardworking, and all of his ethics and morals got kind of put into me. So I looked up to him. He was a fireman, so he was like a hero. The day I was born, he was in his first fire. He became the youngest fire chief in Canada at 48 years old. And he did that because he went and took, while after leaving my mom, getting together with a new woman who also had 3 kids, plus his 2 kids, he took his GED, his Bachelor of Science, and his master's in business in like 2.5 years. And I would see him at the kitchen table, just like working so hard, like crazy style, for like 5 hours after a full shift. And then he also owned his own business. So he was a fireman, but he drove semi for a buddy who owned a semi. He drove limousines for hearses for my grandpa who owned a funeral home, and he owned his own fencing and decking company. So he built fences and decks. And often the people that wouldn't be able to afford those fences and decks, he'd just swallow it. So he was like extremely hardworking. If any of you knew my dad, you'd be like, oh, okay, so that's why you're kind of like that. I get it. So I get to see him in me, and I get to see him in my sister. And I'm much more on the happy he was here than sad that he's gone. Once you get comfortable with it, they're never really gone. I mean, if he was gone, I wouldn't be talking about him right now.
Well, and you keep him alive by talking about him, by sharing those memories. Like, can I ask, like, what was one of the, I mean, I'm sure there's so many, but what was one of the gifts or the gems that you got out of having that relationship with him? Obviously, he's your dad, but like, what was some of the juice of what he was able to gift you?
Well, you feel very safe when you grow up with a father like that. You know, you learn about strength, you learn about doing right by people and proper manners, and just, his gifts were his sense of humor. My dad was hilarious. He had a classic thing where he would kind of, tell a long joke, hit the punchline, get the whole room laughing, and then he'd kind of pull his pants up a couple of times and walk out of the room. And although it sounds funny, he literally did that thousands of times. I just watched him do that. It was just the way his timing was with his jokes, that he'd kind of like leave the room when he hit a real good punchline. So that was something that I'll always be reminiscent of and happy of. Just good times,
It's awesome. I know one of the things that I took from Oma and Opa, I mean, they both survived the Holocaust, so that's pretty crazy shit. But they always talked about looking, for the sunshine in life, looking on the brighter side of life, always looking for that like that little silver lining in everything, and considering they had survived such horrific circumstances, it was always looking for like the juice out of life, of the moment, really enjoying that cake, or really enjoying that visit, or really being present, and just like the simple things, the things that you can't buy. It's
Yeah.
really cool. Yeah. I carry that with me.
Well, the things that you can't buy, it's because money is the opposite. It's like once you're focused on that, and we all have to kind of be focused on it to a degree. I mean, thoughts and prayers haven't paid my mortgage ever. I wish I wish that it did, but I got to hustle and I got to make money on the same side. But it is definitely a strange thing that the working and the making money, unless you're really doing something that you love, can just rob your soul of all that juice that you're actually here trying to find in the first place. So, and it's funny that you say the juice, because today's panel is really kind of, we invited Mason to talk about breeding and pheno hunting, and really to talk about the juice, the good part. And he even showed some of his juice earlier. He's like, yeah, I grew this. That looked like ridiculous rosin, by the way, dude, super fire. So it's just full circle, even metaphorically, as we get into a deeper level of conversation here on Hash Church, talking about things we don't often talk about. But thank you, Selena, for bringing the feminine energy into the house and bringing the just the nicer, slower, vibratory frequency. As I see Mark with his furrowed brow as I say that, because both Mark and I are like, so it's nice to be slowed down every once in a while, right, Mark?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys can speed it up. It's all good. Get in your hummingbird mode. It's all good.
Oh, he's been showing his cats and his dog. See, he knows the best of both worlds, the cat and the dog. Dude, that's awesome.
I have 4 cats and 2 dogs, a tortoise, and a goat at this house. And then my other house has like 40 chickens, 2 dogs, and a farm cat, garden cat.
That's awesome, dude.
I got too many animals.
I've been
I
seeing
love
you
them.
feeding the goat some of the plants.
He's got good fertilizer. Yeah.
Awesome.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
Can I ask you guys if you had any insight or advice or words of wisdom for people that want to get involved in breeding and producing different cultivars and different, just to really like be of service to this plant and just experiment. Like, I'm so inspired by your garden. Oh my God. Even your plants that are laid over and you're just letting them go. I'm like, yes. Do you have any words of wisdom for people that are watching this that are inspired and want to get started?
I mean, it's kind of sounds cliche, but like easy does it. Just do it. Pop some seeds, you know. Uh, a lot of people try to replicate like perfection per se, but like if it's your first time, it's never going to be perfect. You know, my thing was just it's like we can know all the jargon, all the info, all the history, but it's going to be hard work. It's going to be filling pots up with dirt and, you know, watering them every day. So like it's hard work. You know, you could do a little bit at a time and be special at that, but you'll become more privy if you're like, you know, just taking more risk and putting more energy into it. And a lot of risk is involved because of legality. So it's like, yeah, you might have to take a risk, you know, or else you're going to be subjected to growing six plants. And, you know, that's not abundant at all. You're not going to learn much growing six plants. So it's like, just do what you got to do. It's up to you finally to like, to go where you want to go and sit where you want to sit with, you know, all the breeders and the who's who's, or you could just be who you want to be and just like kick back, make dope shit, you know, and keep it amongst yourself. Everyone knows what they got. Um, you know, that and just like highlighting unique stuff or preserving dope stuff, like do what you want to do, but just do it. It's super cliche, but you just got to do it.
I think it's accurate for the most part. I think
Yeah.
it's a good way to explain to people that Johnny B taught me exactly what you just said, which was, everyone's trying to strive for perfection. When I started my YouTube channel, I was literally just trying to make not perfect videos, but I would definitely like clean anything out of the shot. I would control the shot. I would edit. I would just make it. I wanted it to be what I wanted it to be, right? And then Johnny B would come and he would film with me all the time, and we would get some views, and got the channel up to like 100,000 at one point in time. And at that point, John was like, "Oh, I think actually the channel was up around 70,000, maybe 50." And John was like, "Oh, I want to start, doing this too." I'm like, "Well, you should, dude. This is the camera I have. This is the computer I have. This is the software I use. This is how I use it." And so then he went and started doing some cool videos. And his videos were different because he's Johnny B. He's super relatable. He's doing videos. He's making hash in his basement. There's like dirty laundry hanging from the ceiling. Looks like a bomb went off in this guy's house. And it's just authentic and it's relatable and it's real. And here I am creating this unrelatable, unreal, overlooking the ocean, making hash on the boat. And I still got views, but not the way Johnny B got views. Johnny B beat me to 100,000 followers on YouTube, and it was just driving me nuts. I was like, "What the fuck?" I'm like putting all this work and energy into it, and I think it might have been my wife that was kind of explained, like, "Yeah, like perfection. Like, why are you so obsessed with this perfection?" Even with Hash Church, the first time I started Hash Church, I did it 162 times in a row without missing a Sunday. You cannot imagine how much stress and grief that caused me in different countries without internet. Like I would stress the fuck out. And my wife would be like, "What is your deal, bro? Like, what are you doing right now? Why are you so obsessed with doing the show at 9 a.m. PST when you're not even on the West Coast? You're in fucking Amsterdam or Jamaica or Panama, for Christ's sake." So it was a good lesson that Johnny B taught me. It's much more important to just do it. And I think Instagram, it's good to see you using Instagram differently because I think a lot of people use Instagram for podium wins. It's all about not exposing your faults and not exposing your mistakes and and that's the value. That's the juice Selena was talking about. The mistakes are what we want to hear about. I don't want to see you on the podium. That's great. You're on the podium every day. I'm feeling great about my life. I'm not. That's how people see that. It's non-relatable. But when Johnny B would come out and he would just be like, "Well, my garden's got mites again," and just like totally expose his shit. "Oh, I got powdery mildew again. I don't know if it's that grapevine that's hanging out my house. The bubble man told me to cut down 15 years ago, but I keep getting this fucking powdery mildew." And people loved him for it. It was like, "I have powdery mildew. Right on." Sure, you're watching those videos of perfect grows and perfect gardens, but people that don't have that, that's not, maybe it's giving them some inspiration, but I think more so it's making them feel bad. It seems like the frequency of the algorithm is that it creates envy and it creates just not a great vibe. What I like about you, Mace, is that you're just doing it. You're just putting it out there, even showing your grow. I also loved it. I thought that's great. Like, it doesn't have to be like this obsessive compulsive perfection. Like, beauty comes out of the imperfect. you know, and I think that it's also what kids need to learn these days, that imagination comes out of boredom. And if you don't have boredom, you will kill your imagination. So if you're watching, get your kid off their fucking tablet or or the phone or the computer, because that is the murderer of imagination. And imagination is the creation of happy children.
Well,
So,
unless they're watching Hash Church, right?
well, unless they're
If they're
watching
watching,
Hash Church just for a couple hours, you know, I just, you know, like the 6 to 8 hours a day on the tablet, it's no bueno.
Yeah, my
oh
son
no,
only likes six
I
star.
I had a Facebook memory. You know how in your Facebook feed you'll get like, oh, six
Memories.
years ago you were doing this. So it was 10 years ago. It's just maybe like about a week or so ago I got this. 10 years ago when Horatio had first reached out to me and said, hey man, Tony V's up here talking all kinds of terpene stuff. Can you come up on Hash Church and set this guy straight? So yeah, so that was like I think maybe like October 23rd, 2014 or something like that. That was that son. So it's
Yep.
been 10 years, man. So
It's
it's
crazy. It has been 10 years. I remember Horatio hit me up. I want you to invite my friend, Dr. Mark Saldone, onto Hash Church. I'm like, okay, invite him on. Let's see what he has to say. Holy
yeah.
shit, did I open Pandora's box? Let's see what he has to say.
Oh my gosh. Gosh, that was yeah, that was 10 years ago. It's hard to believe it's been 10 years. So how many years in a row did you like how many consecutive episodes was it?
It was like
Had to be like
162. I think it was 3 years, just over 3 years of not missing a
not missing a
Sunday.
Sunday. Right,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, or maybe just under 3 years, but it was a lot. And I'll tell you, I was very relieved. Even recently, Sam earlier this morning was like, why did you decide to like stop doing Hash Church and why did you decide to start doing it again? And I was like, I don't know, man. I just go with the feeling. It wasn't hitting the same. It was, you know, I thought everyone needs a break to go do their own thing. And
Well,
just
then
recently it's
there was a 2.0, right? So yeah, at some point you brought it back, and then at some point the channel got hijacked by some Bitcoin thing, right? Or
Yes, that was Bit Finance. That was a scam, and that was me at ski school in Whistler, dropping my kid off, and I get this YouTube video, and it was like I got an email from YouTube, and I never get got by this stuff, but I in an instant clicked the link, and that was it. The channel was gone in an instant. And shout out to the gentleman from Russia who helped me get the majority of my videos back, because there was a guy from Russia who had ripped all of the Hash Church videos, like all of them. And
oh
he
my
sent, and
God.
no, not just all of Hash Church, sorry, all of my YouTube videos. He got me like hundreds of YouTube videos back, because towards the end of that scam, the guy started deleting my videos. I'd go on every day and I'd be like, oh no. So he deleted like 15 million views in videos. And that's why my views are like 32 million or something, instead of, you know, the close to 50 that they would be at if those didn't get deleted. But I also learned in that experience when I lost my YouTube channel that I do not like my YouTube channel does not define me. And although I was bummed about it more for Hash Church than anything, I was also on the flip side like, well, I could just do this again. I could just start another channel. And the minute I accepted that way of thinking, the sooner I figured out, like people reached out, they gave me links to click on. I actually got in touch with someone at YouTube. They got me my YouTube channel back with, you know, 600 of the 1,000 videos that were on there. And then this Russian dude popped out of nowhere and was like, hey, I've got like at least 400 or 500 of your videos. And I think he was maybe missing like a dozen. So it's neat how the world can have your back out there from any given location. I fucking love that Edgar's in fucking straight out of Compton, dude. That is so fucking awesome that you're just smashing it in Compton. That is it's
I
just
gotta share
wonderful.
something wild as you're talking about this Russian dude. So I just want to quickly introduce Drake. Drake is the grower here. This is his beautiful garden.
What's up,
He learned
homie?
he learned how to grow from him. From this.
All the knowledge. So I grow with Jadam. So that's the son of the KNF practitioner Master Cho, Hankyu Cho, his son Young Sang Cho, came up with Judam. The information that I've acquired on this was from that same individual, who's still going to be a little bit cautious with due to where they're at in the world with information. But yeah, all the information I got over the last like 3.5 years were from this individual doing all these meetings on the daily, Zoom in, and yeah, I gotta give so much kudos and respect to him. And if everyone can just take a minute and put out some good energy and some lovely vibes, they're in a really bad spot and they may not even be around anymore. It's been a long time with no contact. But this is a really, really lovely individual going through a lot of stuff on their end, but is still willing to put time in for everyone else. So, and just, yeah, big loves, big ups. And it's a pretty small world we live in. So kudos to you, sir. If you're watching this, I hope you are.
And thank you.
Positive message. And I see Etienne brought a friend back.
I did. I have a meeting of scientists from around the world of cannabis that meets on Sundays at 10 a.m. So I wanted to introduce Hash Church to a new doctor. This is Dr. Ortega. His name is Arturo. And he is from UC Berkeley. He got his doctorate there, and he is a CRISPR scientist. So, and he works in cannabis. So I wanted to introduce Dr. Ortega to the group and introduce y'all so you can ask questions, because he's working on a very interesting field of science, being a CRISPR scientist and working in cannabis. And as we talked about hop-latent viroid diseases, etc. So, Dr. Ortega, please introduce yourself to the world.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, like Etienne said, I am a CRISPR scientist, molecular biologist. My interest has always been in plants, for trait improvement, things like that. And my focus now is on cannabis and hemp. And I work for a company called Max Gene, which is a sister company to MyFlora DNA. Some of you may be familiar with them. They do pathogen testing for things like hop-latent viroid for growers and such. So right now we're working on establishing a platform to gene edit cannabis for trait improvement, or to offer new traits to breeders and growers. We've had some within the last year, we've had some success with developing this protocol. And we have some regenerating tissue culture that has gene edits using CRISPR. Can see if I can share a photo with everybody. Let's see.
Yeah, let me make sure that sharing is on.
If you'd like or not. But
oh, of course I would like, but sometimes
okay.
Zoom has these weird defaults where it says only I can share. So I just wanted to make sure it was turned on.
Oh, I can. Yeah, I can just send you the photo and then you can share it if you like.
No, I've set it up so you can share, man. Much easier.
Oh, okay.
And you can control what you want to share. Your camera's off too. I'm not sure if you realize that or not. You don't have to turn it on by any means.
Oh yeah. No, it's fine. I prefer to have it off, but let's see.
Well, we're not all sitting in beautiful gardens.
Right. Let's see.
Yet.
All right, we got a few
Give me
people.
1 second.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time. We've got a few people that say they have questions about CRISPR and cannabis technology, so I'll save those for after you've explained what you're going to show, and maybe we can get into that. Welcome back, Mojave.
Hey, thanks for having me back.
Yeah,
Hey, while we're waiting for Arturo to get that fired up, I just wanted to also mention to Masonic, man, because we dropped off before I got to say a chance. I didn't get to meet you, but I did go to your Free Seed Day event, man. And I was just the other day cataloging all my seeds, and I had just all these. I was like, where did these come from? All these packs. I'm like, pack. I'm like, oh, dude, Free Seed Day. And just what a great thing you do to put together this event. It brings all these people together, and you guys give away so many seeds, and you create a space for people to do their thing. So just like big props for you on that, man.
No doubt, man. Thanks for coming and supporting. Appreciate it.
I want to get one out on the East Coast with you, brother. We got to talk about it.
No doubt, no doubt. We got to run one up together for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, what is this, Dr.
So
Ortega?
this is a regenerating cannabis plantlet that we transformed with CRISPR, and we targeted a gene called phytoene desaturase, or PDS for short. And so when you mutate this gene, typically the phenotype you see is an albino plant. And so this is just simply for proof of concept for our protocol. And so now we've also had some results with other gene targets, one specifically for drought resistance. And we're kind of right now trying to get some insight from growers and other scientists on what kind of traits the market's looking for that we can target. So if you guys have any insights, it'll be appreciated.
Mold resistant.
Early finish, big yields on hash.
Trichome content, oil content. You know,
Yeah,
yield.
there's a few that I've considered for those traits. There's
Early-
one gene locus that gives powdery mildew resistance. It's been shown in several other plants. So, and as far as trichomes, there's also one that if you target it, we predict a specific gene, predict that trichome density will increase. So,
What about type of trichome production? Like less bulbous and more capitate sessile?
okay, yeah, I have to look into like what kind of genes the trichome development are involved in. So,
It's
what
cool that you
genes
can
are
do
involved in
that,
that
man.
pathway? What was
It's
that?
very, it's just cool that you can do it. It's a neat way to be able to look at the plant and go, deeper. I'll always think of Terence McKenna when he said, "How come the deeper in you go, the bigger it gets?"
Oh yeah, more questions arise afterwards, right?
Wade had his hand up.
Oh, thanks, Etienne.
Yeah, I couldn't help but jump in. I know a little bit about CRISPR technology, and I'm assuming you're doing good practices on making sure some wild variant doesn't get out into the greater cannabis plant population. And then the other thing I wanted to say is hopefully you're exploring some of the minor phytocannabinoids. The hemp industry is certainly exploring a lot of that. But as a patient and as a person who pursues minor cannabinoids for my own benefit, would love to see stronger plants producing cannabinoids that are of interest to patients. Thank you, Arturo.
Yeah, so we have standard practices to prevent the release of these plants, gene-edited plants. Everything is in a confined space, and we're actually just doing tissue culture right now at the moment. We don't actually grow to seed to flowering, and it never leaves the lab into an open field or anything like that. And as far as other phytocannabinoid pathways, we are looking at those as well. Possibility of conferring different cannabinoid profiles, but it gets very tricky when you start perturbing those pathways because we're not sure what's going to happen. You have all these terpene synthases. You have, there's a lot like the THC synthase and all, other cannabinoid synthases are very redundant. So if you perturb one, the other one might compensate for the loss of the other one, things like that. So
those are exactly the kind of concerns that I have, Arturo. So thank you for articulating that.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, those are valid concerns for sure, Wade. Absolutely. I'm cautious on both sides. I love the idea of using science to go deeper in, and if we can, if there's new ways in the future that this technology can access information that we've sort of been blind to, or maybe not blind to, but that took, it just seems like everything's about either access or speeding up the access. I know that's what it's been like for hash making for the longest time. It's, you know, it's once we figured out how to isolate trichomes to a 99.9% ratio. Right after that, it just became, well, how fast can you do it?
Yeah. I mean, in some respect, I feel like breeding was there in the early 2000s where everyone was racing to find like these fast finishers, right? Because you could, you know, you could flip them faster. And then we got away from that. And then, you know, 2010 happened and we started focusing on flavor, right? So I think that's, you know, flavor and then potency as well is really first potency, now flavor, I should say. But it's really, you know, we're at this real dichotomy right now where the plants themselves may not be the best plants for growing, you know, at scale because they're not resistant to the problems that we see from pest pressure or, you know, pressure, et cetera, et cetera. And then on the last House Church, we talked a lot about clone houses. I thought was a good topic because in some respect, and the reason I wanted to bring Maze on is because, you know, if you continually just buy trays of things that exist that other people have already ran, you're bottlenecking you're not only yourself but also the consumers around you, and you're making an environment that's undesirable for them to go buy it. So, you know, exploring those varietals and it going deeper to look deeper at what perhaps you might be able to do as a farmer from, let's say, you know, 100 seeds or 1,000 seeds from Masonic or others. You know, we were talking about S1s earlier a little bit, where I feel like CSI's S1s are some of the best seeds I've seen in a long time. I was kind of blown away when we first ran some of his work. I was like, this was really eye-opening for me, you know. Historically, you know, in our community and circles, we used to talk down on S1s. You know, we used to be like, oh, they're not as strong. They're not going to be as strong. They're weaker, you know, and it's just our lack of understanding and of what, you know, genomics it really truly is. So I think, you know, I think someone said it last week, you know, we used to say we know a lot about a little, and now we know a lot about a little about a lot and a lot about a little, you know. And I think somebody said that, and I think that
Yeah,
was
we're
like,
on our way to knowing nothing about everything.
yeah, and that's kind of where we're at. And I think it's amazing with all of our expertise, we're still searching for things that, quite frankly, I think we've seen before, but we're not isolating enough. And now that there's more people growing plants, you know, we're kind of bottlenecking things. So I think, you know, looking at the gene pool, looking at what, even going back to what Sam has contributed and all those years ago, like it's incredible that we're today looking at the gene pool that we have right now, you know, and still pulling from things. And then all of us are buying from clone houses, you know, because there's seeds out there that are incredible. That's what I'm getting at. And I think that Masonic, Edgar, you and others are really providing a pathway for people to really do it. They're just not taking the time to do it, you know.
A lot of people are aiming for that perfect, you know, so or it's just, you know, that's what people are safe with. You know, you go grab the clone, you flip it, you know, why would you go?
Well, that's been the standard,
Yeah.
right? And the problem is there isn't a whole array of genetics available at a longitude and latitude that will max out in the way that you need. Now,
Yep.
fortunately, they are working on that. I just got off a meeting with a guy from the USDA's Germplasm Institute, and you know they're growing over 500 variants. So in 2 weeks, I'll give y'all a report along with pictures of the garden, to give an understanding about, you know, what they're doing, because they've been collecting seed crops from around the world, and they're seeing early expressions of full seeded plants already, and it's the end of August. And those are, he said, from like what, Nepal and Pakistan, Mojave. So, you know, it's also, you know, latitude. That's what Rob was saying on our meeting. You know, it's a key issue that isn't uh, being discussed, because a lot of people are taking those European genetics and thinking they're going to get that full expression in Louisiana, Mississippi, or in other areas, and they're finding that what their expectation is versus the reality they're getting is two different things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, I was just gonna say one of the big problems in our industry is that a lot of the breeding work and cultivation tech and stuff has been done in controlled ag. And in controlled ag, we have a very limited understanding of photoperiod and night interruption and trigger points. So there's kind of an arbitrary thing that bleeds over from a lot of crops, which is just add 4 to 6 hours of extra light and your plants won't flower. So that's what people do. So that for a lot of different crops. So it's just like add a bunch of light and you guaranteed if you're growing a short day plant, it won't flower. And then the other thing that we do, which is like an arbitrary thing, is that if you give them 12 hours of light, they will flower. So over the past 30, almost 40 years, we've been doing that as an industry. And by following those guidelines, we lost a lot of data points, which is how many hours a day does this really need to not flower? Each cultivar, right? Because that's what tells you what latitudes you can grow them. That tells you how many day hours they can absorb in terms of photons, right? A lot of plants can easily flower 13 and a half, 14 hours, 15 hours, 16 hours of daylight, and they still flower, but they're not autoflowers. Anyway, so that one piece of data that the USDA is like collecting on all these different accessions, that helps shape the industry. And we weren't able to do that because we were all just in the closet or just running greenhouses with this arbitrary number. But like I've been screwing around with night interruption with cannabis for years, and I never add more than 20 minutes a night to keep it from triggering. But what I don't do is I don't collect the data on every cultivar that says, at what point will this one trigger, So there's a lot of really interesting stuff that we can do when you can do large scale trials at multiple locations of the same variety, and I'll just add one other thing on the seed thing is back in the 90s, man, in the Dutch seed world, the people who came, they all wanted the same thing. They all wanted, what do you have that yields a lot, is incredibly potent, really early, and resistant to mold? It's like they wanted the perfect scenario, and there were a few varieties that did that. But the reality is, most people didn't really focus for 30 years. The past 30 years, they could have of perfecting all of that in one plant. And that's really what ultimately farmers want. They want just a few plants that have all the traits that they want, instead of having to pick through thousands of different plants and thousands of different phenohunts in order to get to their end game, which is a successful crop, not a failed crop, a crop that they can sell. But anyway, that's why I think we're now all collectively working on that now out of the shadows. So it's a really promising time to be in cannabis research.
Well, it's what the market is asking for. So, Dr. Ortega, what is the industry asking of your company if you're dealing in CRISPR and cannabis? What are they asking y'all to do, or what does the industry ask of the CRISPR technology currently?
Right now, we've had some requests for terpene profiles, flavors, things like that, and also resistance to certain diseases like hop-laden viroid and powdery mildew, things like that. And that's about it for now. But we're just trying to get more insight from more people in the cannabis industry to kind of guide us to our next projects now that we have this protocol pretty much established. So, yeah.
I have a question too. I'm curious, like from your vantage point, where would you like to see this go? What kind of advancements would you like to develop, or how do you think that we can have these in like real world applications? Like for example, patients with certain types of cancer or Parkinson's disease, or this symbiotic relationship between cannabis as a plant and humanity, and how can we contribute to that? I'm just curious, where do you see this going, and what are you excited about?
So I see this going to generating new traits for beneficial molecules. Definitely the plant itself right now, the cannabis plant, creates its very beneficial molecules for patients. And where I want to see it go is bringing out those very those molecules that are not as abundant as like THC or CBD, those kind of like hidden cannabinoids, or even other things like flavonoids. There's canflavin. I don't know if you guys have heard of that. It's a flavonoid that um, has some anti-inflammatory and potential anti-cancer properties. So I see it. I see this going more towards the medical side, um, and then the secondary thing would be like improving or uh, augmenting the drug type uh, cannabinoids like THC, things like that for consumers. For consumers, sorry. Um, as well as generating more sustainable traits for growers. What if growers use half or a quarter of the amount of fertilizer or water in their grows, and that leads to more sustainability. You know, Disease resistance. What if we can generate a disease resistant variety, so the growers don't have to use pesticides or other compounds in their grows. So to sum it up, um, I see it going to medical applications and also sustainability applications, and that's what I'm most excited about.
That's so exciting. Thank you.
So, Dr. Arturo, I was talking about
Yeah.
this earlier in regards to, it seems like some of the most incredible cultivars come out of that rec market. It comes from these obsessive compulsive cannabis lovers that just are so obsessed with it, and it's connected to probably their olfactory and their level of sensory science that they're actually able to perform, and they're finding these incredible flavor profiles. And then I see what you're doing on that side of things as well. Do you ever look at, cultivars that are grown from the black and gray market, that are all these different sort of seed breeders, to see, these flavor profiles that are winning these contests like Legends of Hash, and there's a hundred of these different contests now that you can go to and you can enter your product into. And if it's done properly, there's just this real high level of enjoyment that comes from the recreational market that I think has a huge and profound impact on the medical market. It's not coming from like pharma companies, it's fine. You can split and do all this science and it's amazing. But do you connect what you're doing to what these breeders are doing and growing these unique cannabis cultivars where you find things through that the plant is naturally producing, and then you go back to CRISPR technology and sort of put those two things together? I don't know if I made that, an understanding
No,
question,
no,
but
I understand. Yeah, that's actually what we want. We want to do. We are a very young company. We just had our 1 year anniversary earlier this month. So we wanted to establish this protocol, this procedure first before we kind of delve into all these growers that have these specific varieties that have their flavor profiles and their cannabinoid profiles. That's definitely something that we want to tap into and work with those breeders.
It's funny. I was watching Point Break last night. So it's like, you got to become the surfer now,
Oh, the Keanu Reeves version, or the newer
you
one?
got to become the surfer now. Like you got to just dive in there and like
ride the wave.
Go
Big one.
to Legends, go to Emerald, go like get in the trenches, find out literally what everybody there's literally key note flavors that everybody likes, and that's how they identify them. They don't necessarily call them by their scientific name. They'll grab a bud and tell you it smells like Skittles, smells like Blue Dream, and it'll be easier for you to do your job. I don't know. I'm thinking just knowing these like things that we identify as, and kind of just getting in the trenches and learning our jargon and applying it to your science, and then it'd just be that much easier for you to explain too. Like, yo, Blue Dream, I don't know if you're familiar with it, but like that's a
Yeah,
very general,
yeah,
like that just helps
very.
automatically with that. And then as far as new strains are concerned, like there's all these new ones coming from the archives, the blooms. So like you'd go grab some of the more newer strains that people are messing with, even though they might be like a derivative of something old, but like a honey banana, that's from like 2016, 2014, but it might be new to you. It's new to a lot of people, So it's all like just kind of just being privy
It
to the
kind of goes with the
scene
cycles. Yeah.
and just applying it to the science and just grab like why does everybody love Skittles and Rainbow Belts and all these hybrids of it? Why did Candy Shishkaberry win first place? Why is Starburst good? And you just grab all these, and then you would have to know and be in good graces because this is like a different culture where we're like, oh, you don't have the real one, like we're still in that day and
Oh,
age. But money talks in this
phenotyping.
industry, and
Yeah.
as long as you go to the guy, Mr. Skittles, Mr. Orange, Mr. whoever made it, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Tropicana, Mr. Papaya, and you grab the nitty gritty, that'd be better for your science because you'd be alluding to like the original piece, as opposed to like, oh, I got this from a dude, he said it's papaya. Well, it's probably papaya bag seed, not that it's less of or more of, but it'd be better for the
But it's not
analytics, I think.
yeah, it might not be the original,
Yeah, that's just
so,
my 2 cents from listening to that merge. It'd be a
yeah,
merge of you just getting in the trenches,
that's
and
definitely something that we have to do. We're just, you know, we're not as steeped in the cannabis world as most of y'all. So that's definitely a deficiency that we have. Um, and that's we're coming to a point where we would want to start that conversation with people and kind of get out there to these reunions and meetings and conferences, or just just by randomly meeting growers that have certain varieties, or legacy varieties that they might have that they've never shared with anybody, things like that. But yeah.
I got a question. Sam, you're the genetics master of masters. What would you like to see done with CRISPR? Or what would you do with the CRISPR technology?
He's muted right now. Let's just see if he can unmute. It's a good question, though. I'd like to hear the answer to it as well.
I'll answer for him. Didn't he say years ago, like trichomes the size of grapes that you could just pluck off?
Yeah,
He
he
did
did.
say that, yes. Hey, Arturo, what's that possibility?
Oh my God.
Well, I was looking at a gene to target that could possibly have the trichomes grow not just on the buds and increase the trichome density. So that it's definitely a possibility, but it's uncharted waters right now. So
I have one for you. I want no clusters. I want the plant just to produce trichomes from the stalk, all the leaves, everything. No clusters at all. And we can grow like billions of them next to each other. Like just plant as many seeds as we can so you can just, and it's just leaves, right?
yeah,
And
and
that,
then you don't have to wait for flowering, right? That'd be
right. You
awesome.
wait zero flowering time because that does never happens, right? And then on top of that, you have better surface area for hash washing because you're just opening that up. So yeah.
Yeah, this gene I've been thinking of targeting. Um, it was it was studied in tobacco as well, and
Mhm.
was found that when they knocked this gene out, it did somewhat like what you're talking about, where the trichomes started growing more on the leaves,
Yeah.
not on the stalk, but on the leaves itself. So
And then the reverse of that is no leaves on the flower, right? Like the ABC plant does that well. If you've seen any of the stuff that CSI did with it was the ABC times like ChemD or GSC or something. There was a lot more runs than success rates in that population, but of what I saw that was successful, there was just big clusters of flowers with like 2 or 3 fan leaves coming off. And like from a finishing commercialization point of view, you could just like snip to, trim to little cuticles and you're done. You know what I mean? So seems
Yeah.
like that would be two
So
directions.
unfortunately, yeah, because of the restrictions on cannabis, legally, there was not a lot of research done until recently on the genes and pathways that might be associated with, flower architecture, flower formation,
Right.
things like that. So that's something that we will have to empirically kind of figure out. But you can take information from other plants that have been studied and kind of guess what, if you target this gene, it might result in this phenotype. Like, oh, if you want a shorter inner length nodes, you know what I mean? Like,
Well, what I'm alluding to is what May said. It's like go get the plant, basically go get that cross, go sequence it, go look at it,
oh yeah, yeah,
right? Understand what's there from a
right,
genomics point of view, right? And then you could then that there's your baseline, right? As you know, but you got to get it from reliable sources,
right, right, and
Like,
kind of see like you can use a technology called mapping by sequencing and kind of see which genes might be involved. So you get a segregating population of the phenotype that you're talking about, right? And you kind
yep,
of like coordinate the potential genes that are involved in that phenotype, right? So
yep,
that's
exactly.
that.
So you should I text Kevin McKernan. I was like, you should really come on right now because this would be two wizards in the room. It'd be great to get you guys talking because we've done some
Yeah.
stuff probably be helpful to your work, and it's kind of towards at least the work I've been doing. It's towards the end of sort of this ideology where it's like we're pulling out certain traits and we're looking at them and isolating them. But the other thing I want to bring up is like, okay, so we're talking about the future. You know, we're really excited, but what are the dangers of that, right? What is, I think of like Herbert Boyer, I think of Stanley Cohen, um, Rudolph Jenswick, I'm pronouncing his last name right, or I'm thinking of these people that started the GMO world, right? They're like the inventors of this, and I read some things about them a year ago or so, a book about how they were mandated to make these changes based on the desires of their clients. Like, don't bruise, look, tomatoes need to look redder, but they didn't look at the health impacts of what that did to the actual plants and the fruit that it brought to life. And I think that if you're going to look at this, and I've been thinking about this a lot because of the work that I've seen medicinal genomics do, it's your duty to be very careful about what you're doing and why. And I think it's important to think about this as you move forward because you are holding a very dangerous but helpful, you know, call it concept, right? You've got through your concept phase, you think you can do it. But I invite you to look at that because of, don't repeat history, is what I'm getting at. So, and have you thought about
Hmm.
that? You know,
Right. Yeah. I've thought about the, ethical and moral implications of what we're doing. And I, for one, am thinking about that when I'm kind of planning, uh, proposing projects. There's definitely, so right now we do everything confined. So there's nothing escapes. We autoclave our tissue after we're done with it and everything. But in the future, once we get to the point where we're, doing field trials outside or giving this a variety that's been gene edited to a breeder or a grower, there's that potential of it's escaping and pollinating another grow somewhere, next to wherever you're growing or something.
Is it potential or is it like guaranteed?
I think we can
Oh,
say
go
fair
ahead.
to say
Sorry.
it's guaranteed, guys. Like
I would
we,
think so. It's hard to like control pollen. Hawaii
Yeah.
Sustainable brought this up about 10 minutes ago in the chat. He said, "Oh, these people obviously don't understand the drawbacks and limitations of GMO," which he followed up with a quote from Cho et al., which is off-target mutagenesis is an emerging problem when inducing site-specific DNA breaks for genome editing. So
Yep.
Yes.
let's speak on that a little bit.
Right. So there's other, so like you try to target a specific gene with CRISPR, but there might be other sequences that in the genome of the plant that might be very similar to your gene target, and so those can be also targeted by CRISPR. So there's computational methods that we can use to kind of predict off-target effects, and before you release a gene edited variety, you kind of try to also genotype those potential off-target sites, and see if they've actually been affected or not. It really depends on your gene target whether you're going to have off-target sites. Sometimes you have a specific, we call it a guide RNA, which shuttles the CRISPR to your target site so it can target your gene. So sometimes a specific gene target has low potential for off-target sites, and some have a higher potential. And so we consider that when we design our CRISPR guide RNAs. But yeah, like going back to what you were saying about whether it's potential or guaranteed, yeah. So wind pollination and things like that, will definitely make it almost guaranteed. So that's something that we have to address once we get there, whether we're just going to have all of this confined to a space that's going to be sterile, and there's going to be procedures to contain the cannabis plants that have been gene edited and make sure that the pollen doesn't get out.
It's a tough one, because we just said like the best things come from our mistakes, but as we get into these dangerous areas where your mistakes can have these drastic effects, it's just human nature. So if you land on something and it has any negative, everyone will jump on your throat and say, I told you so. And if you create something that's life-changing and really affects people's lives on a massive scale, people will be like, oh yeah, I pretty much figured it was going to go that way. Like I was a big supporter of this technology the entire time. So it's
this is why Dr. Arturo is part of my science group and works with Rob and Mojave and us, is because he's ethical and we're ethical, and we want to keep that ethical stewardship. So that's why I brought him here as well, so that the world could be aware of the work that he's doing, but also understand that we're also trying to make sure the ethics and the proper stewardship are followed along the way, and we're as curious as well. So Arturo, I think Dr. Arturo, you understand the gravity and the fear. I mean, and that's why I brought you here, was to dispel some of the fear, because there's a lot of misinformation about GMO misinformation, and now you're at the tip of that spear. So this, by exposure, it's putting sunlight on it so that we could dissuade these fears, and so knowledge can rule the day as opposed to shadows and fears and lies.
Well, I love what you're doing, Etienne, in the sense of bringing, like mentoring, in a sense, guiding, offering guidance, offering kind of our perspective from our community to Dr. Arturo. It's better than judging, trolling, like kind of causing blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, look, these perspectives are incredibly important and we should definitely bring them with us. But what we don't want to do is isolate ourselves completely from all of the people that are doing this work and really have no say or no guidance or no helpful direction from the perspective of the grower, the breeder, the hash maker, the community, if you will.
It's a really important point, Marcus. I really believe that, because on our last week's call, I definitely I felt the energy around, there's a lot of protection. We all feel like we have this we're stewards, and we feel like this entitlement to protect the plant. But on the flip side of that is it is what it is. The industry is what it is. The direction it's heading is what it is, and the people who are in charge, it's a whole new wave. And we want to have a seat. We want to continue to have a seat. We've been along through this big arch that this cannabis has gone through. And on the other end of that arch is going to be something else. And that's kind of what we've all been fighting for. But whether it's participating or getting just a seat at the table with the USDA, or understanding new technologies, new innovations, and understanding how other industries have treated all other plants. That's just acknowledging that this is the direction that cannabis is now in, and our role is really has a big impact. Maybe the greatest impact is in that seat at the table transition. I really believe that, because we see how industry goes. We've seen what has happened to other crops in the past. It's just the nature of capitalism. It's the nature of the world we live in, the commodity-driven international market. So I think, it's important. That's why, Canada had a really big role in how the international market unfolded, right? And California had a big role in how the US market is unfolding. And the people who've taken the reins, we need to still have a role in their understanding of the plant. I think it's important.
Hey,
Well,
Sam, can you turn off sorry, Selena, can you turn the video off in the background? Because it's echoing through your microphone. That's why I keep muting your microphone.
California had a big role in how the US market.
Okay, I'll mute it until you can turn that off. Then we want to hear from you for sure. Go ahead, Selena.
So I'm just curious, well, not curious. One of the things I wanted to add is I think that's why it's so important to ask, why are we doing this? You had talked about, oh, here we go. Sorry. You had talked about, having these guardrails in place, which I think is really important. But I think the bigger question is, why are we doing what we're doing? Are we really just, trying to find terps? Are we really just looking for effects? Like, what are we actually, what is the end goal? And I like to imagine, and Marcus, this, I'm very altruistic. I'm hoping that, on a larger scale, we're helping to liberate the plant. We're producing different cultivars and phenotypes that maybe we haven't seen before. We're able to benefit humanity. But I think it's really important too to get back to the core of the question, because if at the end of the day the thing that's driving us is let's make more money today than yesterday, that's a much different why than how can we benefit humanity and the planet as a whole. So I'm curious, from your company's perspective, like what is your ethos? And I'm so happy that we're having this talk about ethics, because it's crucial, especially at this time. How are you guys defining your why? What is your why?
Our why is, so we definitely are doing what we're doing and in order to provide or improve not just cannabis, but in the future other crops, things like that, for the benefit of humanity, specifically in cannabis for medical reasons, like I said before. It's definitely so we definitely want the cannabis community to kind of guide us. We don't want to just be like cynically just, oh, it's just for the money kind of thing, and me specifically as well. So like that's my life philosophy, I guess you can say. But we don't just want this technology just to belong to one company that's going to have all the patent rights to to be able to develop cannabis using this procedure. So we definitely want to develop something that the community can use, the cannabis community. And so this is one of the reasons I came on, is to kind of extend my invitation to hear from everybody in the cannabis community, what their insights are, because what we're doing is kind of uncharted waters right now. So you know what I mean? So
Do you mind if I ask too, like, beyond what you'd already shared, what are some of the guardrails to ensure that you guys are, operating as ethically and sustainably as possible, and really like setting that tone and carving that path for, other people or other organizations that want to get involved at this scale?
So, as scientists, we have to develop standard operating procedures for the things that we do. And we kind of used, previous protocols for other crops to kind of guide us into what we have to do with respect to cannabis. Like, make sure it doesn't get out from our lab, make sure the tissue's dead before we dispose of it. Also, kind of use like the USDA's guidelines as well for dealing with a potential transgenic or gene edited plant, right? So
Yeah, who's to say it's not out there already? Who's to say that it hasn't, it's interesting. I think when we form our opinions, our understanding of any given subject, even if considered an expert in the subject, is still very small. And so it's easy to judge these conversations. There's people that get triggered by even the mere mention of CRISPR. Really kind of,
oh,
it
really?
almost reminds me a little bit of the vaccinated, non-vaccinated conversation in regards to the tension that gets created and the judgment that gets clearly pushed through just the digital screen. Wade has something he wants to say. Try to lift your mic up if you can, Wade. It hasn't been very clear today, but we'd love to hear from you.
Let's see. I'll turn off these headphones. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yep.
Yeah, way better now.
So much better.
Okay. I want to start by saying thank you, Arturo, for doing that work.
Thank you.
I expressed earlier my concerns about it. I have some friends who are doing similar work. Eleanor Kuntz and Karen Bentley anyway. So I know a little bit about CRISPR, and on the one hand, I feel cautious, and I appreciate what I'm hearing in your concern about keeping things in hand, if you will. I'm excited, on the other hand, because over the years, we have bred cannabis plants for various reasons. But there are limitations to some extent on what we can really accomplish with straight up standard old school breeding like Sam does. You are bringing a whole other possible realm of, like I was saying earlier, minor phytocannabinoids. I'm pretty sure that the cannabis plant produces compounds that will end up being of great interest in the medical community and in patients.
Yes.
So there's my excitement. I feel like what's likely is we'll end up with some cannabinoids that have alphanumeric names for a while that turn out to be really remarkably effective. Didi Miri in Israel found a alphanumeric cannabinoid that had really remarkable properties against 18 of 20 cancer cell lines he was testing. So there you go. It's a balancing act. On the one hand, deep appreciation for your ethics around
Thank you.
And the patients. And from my own point of view, excitement about what you might find in this plant we love so much. And I'll stop there and go back to listening. Thank you so much for this conversation.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's definitely so many things that we can discover from this one plant. I mean, the cannabinoid and terpene pathways they're like a web. They're so interconnected and so complex. So it's exciting and also very hopeful, right, for the future. Some of these molecules that, these lesser phytocannabinoids, you can potentially be used for as a template for developing a new drug for, whatever disease, cancer or some inflammatory disease, chronic diseases, things like that. And with regards to CRISPR, I know some people have, their misgivings and they're cautious about it. So what we do with CRISPR, um, gene editing of certain genes of the plant is something that could potentially happen over thousands and millions of years naturally. we're just kind of taking a shortcut. And that's what the technology allows us to do. We're not doing anything, or we're not putting like a gene from, I don't know, like a beetle or from a bacteria or anything like that into the plant and leaving it there indefinitely, you know. So we're just taking a shortcut in a sense, and we're using an enzyme that's found in nature, and we're arming it to target the genes that we want to target, and for the benefit of humanity. So, and CRISPR hasn't only been used in plants, as you probably know. It's been used in the medical field in the past year, I think, to cure some I forget what it was, but it's somebody that was blind, and they had cured their blind. There was a specific condition that they had. They used CRISPR to cure them, and I believe they're also trying to use it for sickle cell anemia as well. So, but yeah, I understand people's hesitation to kind of adopt this technology. Um, but I just want people to know that there's scientists and people that are involved in this, the CRISPR world, that are ethical and moral, and if there's any controversy or issue, scientists as a community will what's it called, they'll put in a moratorium on certain things, like gene editing using CRISPR in humans for eugenics and things like that. That's definitely something that community the scientific community has kind of as a whole tried to prevent. And I think with regards to crops, there's something also similar to where scientists want to, I guess, ethically use the CRISPR technology to not confer any traits in plants that'll be like damaging to the environment or ecosystems, and also to human health. Which is why, in the past, whenever there was a GMO that was deployed in a crop, there was several years of testing beforehand, and field trials and things like that, before it was even brought to the market. So anyway.
Well, it's definitely creating a conversation in the chat room. For anyone
Oh,
who
really?
wants to read that, they can check it out. Yeah, it's not a bad conversation. It's just people's
So,
opinions.
So with that said, I keep going back to what I read when, essentially Herbert Boyer and his other constituents were, again, much like you, getting approached by, they're respectfully your clients, and they're like, hey, we need a sour diesel. We need a papaya. And the way you went about it they were going about it in their terms was they were going after less bruising, easier transportation, faster flowering times, fruiting times, etc. But again, they didn't think about the other aspects of things. And sure, they did all those testings, to your point, and they did all these trials, but they weren't asking other questions that were perhaps more important down the line that we didn't really realize at the time, or more importantly, they didn't realize it at the time. And as smart as they are and as brilliant as the team was, they created crops and things that are less nutritious, actually ended up doing the opposite in the long run. And we're in a dichotomy with I would say farming right now, where we're looking backwards. We're looking towards regenerative farming practices and learning, what that looks like. And have you, again, we talked a lot about what you can do, but are there any risks? And of those risks, I guess more precisely, of those risks, what have you found? Have you found anything that is like, hey, we shouldn't do this?
There's nothing that I can think of that we've considered that we're trying to target that might be a danger to the environment or human health, anything like that.
How would you
One of
know
our
though?
missions
Like
is sustainable.
how could you know that? Like whether it would or not? It seems like an impossibility. I'm kind of on the fence, you know. I like the conversation. People are very staunch in their belief systems. They're either on one way or the other. I'm similar to Wade in the sense that it's like, yeah, definitely frightens me, the potential, the human error. But then I think like I think it's on this one conversation, okay, it's CRISPR, but then it's like, but everyone's like consuming seed oils on a daily basis, and people smoke
Right.
radioactive tobacco, and
Right.
people like consume alcohol as their number one recreational drug, which is just like, holy
The
shit. Like,
toxin. Yeah.
yeah, just like a brain cell killing. Like, I'll never forget growing up smoking weed and drunk adults being like, that shit'll kill
Mm.
your brain cells. I was just
Right.
like,
Right.
all right, buddy. Like, so yeah,
Um.
it's an interesting conversation. I definitely can see how it's very human, right? It's like you've got humans that want to
Yeah.
live in teepees and live off the land, and then you have other humans that want to build rocket ships and explore space. And
Exactly.
generally, the ones that live off the land are worried about the ones who are building the rocket ships that they're going to inadvertently destroy the land. So it seems like that's the kind of. Go ahead, Mojave.
Can I just
Exactly.
comment on Arturo? And obviously you're more of an expert than me, but maybe
Right.
just comment on what Colin had mentioned. What you were specifically talking about is a bottlenecking through large ag tech breeding to create a better product, a better commodity versus a better banana or something that's more nutritious. And I think that's an interesting dichotomy with that and CRISPR style breeding, and specifically, which is that they are bottlenecking an entire genome by saying this banana shipped better, forget all the other diversity. It all got packaged in here because what they were really looking for was mold resistance, shipping, blah, blah, blah. Whereas what I'm assuming what CRISPR can do is they actually target that particular trait. So it's not about bottlenecking the entire genome into one commodity product. It's about saying, okay, well, if we could identify, for instance, what that was that we didn't want in the banana, that shipping longevity, whatever, the ripening speed or whatever, and then apply that to all the other crops, then we didn't have to bottleneck the entire gene pool. We could actually, and with cannabis, what I think makes an interesting discussion around CRISPR is we haven't selected the cultivars yet. There's thousands and thousands of cannabis cultivars that are in constant rotation. That's not the way it's going to work forever. Eventually, there has to be a finite number. So all the breeding work that's been done, you have to pick your lane. So like, for instance, you look at the companies that have put a lot of money into triploids. Right? That's a great idea. It's a great concept, right? But if you didn't pick the right cultivars and the right parent stock to do that improvement work on, and then 3 years later, millions of dollars spent, like, oh, that's not what the kids want to smoke this year. Back to the drawing board. But with gene editing, at least I'm assuming that in theory that one thing, like what they learned with wheat or other crops about branching, applied to all the other crops because they identified that one branching gene and said, we just have to find that same branching gene in all these different crops. So the
Right.
isolated nature of the selection, it makes it even less risky in a sense than having to lump all genes together into one cultivar or variety.
Got it. I'm glad
Right.
you
Right.
went through that. Yeah, and Dr. Arturo, if you could expand on that for even the listeners so they understand. Again, I'm asking these questions
Right.
to set it up, to tee it up for you to talk deeper about what your work is and why you feel like it's important to the work that all of us continue to do in the industry. And it's
Right.
I think it's important to explain it because it's not it's misunderstood in a huge way. And I think genomics in general and cannabis are so far
Mm-hmm.
behind. And to Mojave's point where he alluded to, we're not, we've billions of varietals, dude, are found every day. I mean, chemotypes, phenotypes found every single day.
Yep.
So
I mean,
distilling that down is like it sounds impossible, right?
impossible for what to.
To distill it down into, let's say, 10 varietals, right? Mojave, like,
Oh, right.
we're asking Rob Clark, like, hey man, do you think we ever find like value in sativas ever again? He's like, if we turn back time, I guess we could.
Right. Yeah. Well, speaking back to what Mojave mentioned about bottlenecking, um, so with this CRISPR technology, you edit one gene or you can edit more than one simultaneously. And that can be applied to not just one variety, to several different varieties of cannabis. So the the potential for bottlenecking is not there, right? It's not like how he mentioned with banana, banana, the Cavendish banana is just one clonal population. So it's one genotype. So there's, if a fungal pathogen that's hypervirulent comes, it can devastate the entire banana crop industry in the entire world. So um, what we're looking at, like when we want to target genes in cannabis, it's definitely something. Um, it's I guess it's traits that can be deployed in not just one variety, if you get what I mean. Like, I don't know. Like, give me two different varieties you're thinking of. Like,
Let's go with papaya and sour diesel. Slow hanging
and then
fruit.
what are the like chemotypes or what are their properties?
I mean, each one would, one expresses more of a caryophyllene, myrcene, heavy dominant profile with, and the other one's more of a fruity, I'd say it's more of an exotic fruit category. I guess that's, in terms of the constituents that are in there, in terms of the terpene profiles, I think would vary.
Right. Um, so like say for example, like a trait that's not even involving like the chemotype or anything that we want in the background, we can apply it to both varieties. Like say for example, like the drought tolerance gene that we're looking into. Um, it's something that we can potentially apply to different varieties. You're not just like homing in on one variety and then that's it. And you can also, like, say you have a certain variety that you want to use as breeding stock, you can just target that one and then do a breeding trial afterwards with to try to generate something different. You know what I mean?
So it sounds to me like there's two different asks. So like the ask I had is more consumer forward, right? Like I want this profile to taste like this, right? And what you just spoke on is more of I'm a cultivator. I have run,
Right.
business and I've got X amount to spend on my crop this year, and I need a varietal that is drought resistant. I need to spend less on my nutrient inputs, right?
Right.
So,
So it's a lot more complicated than that. Like I can't, if a grower comes to me and says, I want this specific flavor, put it in this variety that I have, um, you wouldn't be able to do that with CRISPR really because it's so complicated, so
yep.
complex. So, I mean,
So what I'm hearing is like it'd be better a use case for what your technology does is better use would be on the ag side where, hey, I want to be mold resistant, drought resistant, because perhaps you're doing dry farming, you're in a part of the world where you don't have
right.
much water. That's historically where cannabis was grown at scale, arguably, places where it didn't have a ton of water but had enough,
hmm
you know.
You can, yeah, I mean, you can target the chemotype and the flavor profile, but it's just that, when you target those genes involved with that, um, you're not going to know what you're going to get until you do it, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, so here's even another question. Like, let's say you did all this, you had varietals, you made a new papaya. Let's say I grabbed a 10 pack of Masonic seeds, Wilson F2s. I cross that to your gene edited or your CRISPR edited varietal. What then?
Then you have to empirically look at the phenotype of the progeny. Like you have to
Would that,
test.
what I'm saying is like, because you did CRISPR on that, let's say it's a female, is that gene pool somehow limited, or is it what would become of that in your opinion? I mean, would it just go
Um,
back to a
right.
generation? You know,
So,
are we
so
making mutations? Are we adding
yeah,
to destroying the gene
let
pool? That's what I'm getting at.
let's just like imagine like, okay, we do a CRISPR edit of one gene in a
Yeah.
variety, and then so it's going to be homozygous mutation. So then we
Yep.
cross it, right, with whatever you want to cross it with. Um, from what I've learned about cannabis, certain varieties are very heterozygous around on the entire genotype, right, the genome.
Yep. Yep.
So it's still going to be something new in the progeny because of all that background heterozygosity,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
So you're saying, like, you were asking if there's a potential for there like to be a bottlenecking of
Not just bottlenecking, or just we're editing the gene, so things are missing by design.
right,
So you're taking things
right.
away.
In the progeny, it's going to be the mutation that you put in, and then the wild type mutation from the other variety, right? So you can see what happens when you do that.
Yep.
Maybe there's like a middle ground where you get a mild effect of whatever you're trying to make, and
Sure.
then the homozygous one in the subsequent progeny will have the full uh, a phenotype that you're looking for. Um,
Yeah,
but
because
just like imagine that it's just picture like just a random mutation in a variety. Hey, you're just introducing that variety into, you know, and crossing it with this other variety that you have. Um, I think I don't know, maybe some people have the impression that when you target something like a one gene or one target with CRISPR, uh, it's really complicated. Like it's gonna change the entire genome and
correct.
make it something
Yeah.
fixed, right? But that's not
Yep.
really the case, especially when you just target one gene. Um, like to say for the PDS gene that I showed, um, that's going to be consistent throughout every variety, no matter what the genetic background, because that gene is so crucial for chlorophyll pigment formation, right? So, but that won't necessarily be the case for every gene that you target.
Yep.
Sometimes you mutate a gene, and then there's another gene that's very similar or related to it that will compensate for its loss. So you kind of have to, after you edit a gene, you have to kind of evaluate the phenotype. So, it's not perfect, right? You can't really say like, oh, okay, um, if I target this gene, I know exactly what's going to happen in the subsequent uh, a generation, right? So,
Do you think you'll be able to edit a CBD synthase so it doesn't produce any THC the way it does now?
yes, you can knock it out. Um, from what I know about the CBD synthase, it's very similar uh, to the THC synthase, right? There's some homology there, so um, so you want to not you don't want CBD synthase to make CBD or to make THC. So what?
Any
Uh,
zero THC, correct?
oh, you don't want any THC in the specific variety. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. I want a CBD only variety, which
Oh, oh,
I,
oh,
I, I have
oh.
I have
Yeah,
CBD varieties that are about 40 to 1, the highest I've ever seen.
right,
But anything more than 10% CBD also has THC.
right. Yeah, that's certainly doable, but it's not going to be as simple as just targeting and knocking out the CBD synthase gene. You'd have to go in there and do precise edits on amino acids that are in the protein. And that
But
way you can,
if you could make 30% CBD varieties with zero
right,
THC.
right, exactly. So that's gonna, so that would take some time to kind of figure out, because since the CBD synthase enzyme is very similar to the THC synthase one, you have to do very precise edits in the sequence so that it doesn't kind of doesn't use the precursor to those cannabinoids to direct it to make THC. That's going to be tricky, but it's certainly doable with CRISPR.
Yeah, I've suspected it was, but most of the other cannabinoids do not produce multiple cannabinoids the way the
Right,
CBD synthase
right,
does.
right. You can also potentially you could target an enzyme that is up the pathway. So before you get to the CBD and the THC synthesis, you can edit that one. And then I do know that for CBD, there in the terpene biosynthesis pathways, there's a molecule that gets shunted to the CBD pathway. So there's potential of doing it that way, kind of like circumventing the THC pathway that way, right? So
I was just looking at the heterozygosity of the moms that I have, and they're all around like 1% to 1.37%. One of them is 1.4, and that's a Punta Roja.
So sorry to interrupt. Wade had his hand
Right.
up. Did you still have a question, Wade, or did we move too far away from that? Oh, I can't hear you. Oh, there.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hey, one of the things that I understand about CRISPR that I haven't heard you say, Arturo, is that most genes have more than one effect in the organism in which they are found. It's pretty rare that a gene only does one thing. Isn't that correct?
right, in both cases, yeah, it might have multiple functions.
So that is one of the ways, if you will, that you explore new territory
right,
in working with organisms and CRISPR technology. Thank you.
right,
That's
yeah,
all.
right. It's so sometimes, especially in plants, you can have duplication events. So a gene will be duplicated, or while the plant's evolving or the organism's evolving. It gets the duplication gets crossed over into a different chromosome or something like that. And so you have the copy of that original gene, and that the new copy evolves into something else, right? And that new gene might have a whole new function that benefits the plant or produces a new molecule. So in a way, that's something that you can do with CRISPR as well. But in just a short, as kind of a shortcut, I guess. So the only thing you're cutting off is time, right? Oh, Selena has a question.
Yeah, I was just curious, how do we prove it out over time? So you talked about, your end goal being, about benefiting patients. So let's say, to Colin's point, we grow it out. And that's another piece of this that I'm curious about. Anybody that wants to comment on this is, the actual culture that we're growing the plant in, so if it's living soil or if it's in cocoa, like what are we doing? And then looking at that, like proving out. So let's say that we're gene editing for a certain expression to help, certain patients maybe mitigate certain symptoms that are going through like cancer therapy, for example. How do we prove it out over time? Like what could those types of trial processes look like? And how do we actually ultimately know that when you're editing here, it's going to have this effect over here indefinitely? And like you said too, you can edit over here, but it might have some other effects that we're not aware of. So I'm wondering, how do you isolate that, and how would you prove it out?
The only way is human trials.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, with respect to editing a gene and getting something completely different, um, some effect or new function, you can like let's say for like a chemotype or things like that, you can evaluate the profile of those chemicals, of those molecules by HPLC mass spec um, experiments and kind of compare that to your original wild type plant. And then, let's say you produce a gene edited plant that it really overproduces this certain molecule that's very beneficial and that scientists are looking at as an anti-cancer potential drug or something. Then you would pass that off to those scientists, that are more geared towards like the medical field, and they would do some additional research. And then, so eventually, if those preliminary experiments are successful or they're promising, then they do the trials, right? Medical trials, which I don't know anything about, but how they're conducted. But yeah, it would definitely be a very long process. But if it's a very beneficial molecule and it has a lot of potential, I think it's worthwhile.
I just wanted to mention, Arturo, I saw all your work on LinkedIn the first day, and I thought it was really, really interesting. I hope you can move on to other traits that you can edit.
Yeah, we're considering um, several different traits, and I definitely like to hear from you guys for traits that might be worthwhile to target. But
I think a few of us have maybe pondered this a few million hours in our minds over their existence in our life.
Oil yield, trichome yield. Yeah. I mean, just increasing the overall oil production in the plant. I would say is like should be number one, right? Because
Mark, I've seen CRISPR edited plants, which I or maybe it was GMO. I forget which it was, but they were using the genes in tobacco that make trichomes, and that made 4 times as many trichomes. I thought the heads, each individual head was a little bit smaller, but it also increased terpene and cannabinoid content. So it's a step in the right direction.
I have a question. So we've all, we've seen really deeply in photography the, the the capitate stock that is created from the actual plant and the resin itself. Now I'm wondering and just asking the question in the group, is there more room for more? And how would that even happen? Because it seems like surface area would be the constituent for allowing more at least more resin to happen, right? It seems.
Oh, but each resin head is also different sized, depending on the variety and the method grown. So, yeah, the ones that I
Good
saw
point.
definitely had by volume 4 times as many because they were counted. I think Arturo, you've seen that article on LinkedIn.
Right. Right. Also, I think I mentioned before about this specific gene in tobacco, where they knocked it out and increased the trichome density. The cannabis has a homologue in its genome of that specific gene, so that could, not only would it could potentially increase the trichome density, but it could have the cannabis plant produce trichomes on the leaves. But yeah, I do know that there are several genes involved in the trichome formation, so that's also another potential pathway that we could target. To kind of, I think somebody mentioned a different type of trichome, like a bigger bulb or something.
Bulbous.
Capitate stalked.
Yeah. So would that be more beneficial to produce that instead of?
Well, it has a big head. So to just give you
Okay.
a quick little photo, I can show you. This is a Astro Boy I grew some years ago, and it's just
Oh,
got the
nice.
two kind. It's got the capitate stalked, and it has the sessile, which is kind of over here. It doesn't have, well, the bulbous ones are on this leaf, and you can kind of see them as blurry circles, but they're not really noticeable. From a perspective of hash making using mechanical sifting, even liquid nitrogen and getting extremely cold, using water extraction, these heads, the capitate stalks, they just come off the easiest, and so do the capitate sessils. The bulbous, because they don't have a stalk, although they do sit on a single stipe cell, you can't really see it with the naked eye or even a microscope. You end up, they don't release as easy. They don't come off. And what I noticed as a hash maker, that when I isolated them and did get them off, they weren't good. They were like not what I would consider like high quality inhalable trichome heads. I also believe, this is my own complete and total theory, and it may be just cocky pock, but when I ran cultivars through dry sifting or wet washing that were CBD dominant, the yields were incredibly low. And I always thought that was because they were 50+% bulbous heads under a microscope. I was thinking that's where that CBD was in those heads.
When I did dry sift and water hash with CBD varieties, because we developed the world's first CBD varieties, they all consistently yielded lower for me.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with a solvent or CO2 or some other way you can get those. It was also kind of what led me to that theory was the BHO community. Obviously, I always had huge interactions with the BHO community. People would be like, I ran this and got this is back in the dry days, by the way. We weren't running fresh frozen yet. People would be like, oh, I got like a 13% yield when I made water hash out of it, but I got a 24% yield when I made oil out of it. So it's like oil wins. I'm doing oil. I was like, all right, well, that's fucking interesting. And I would try to figure it out. And it's kind of what led me to looking for hash making cultivars that had less of a visual production of bulbous heads. If I had my microscope out and it was just stacks of capitates and sessils, I'd be like, that's the plant for me. 9 out of 10 times anyway. And if it had a super high percentage of bulbous heads, I just found that I didn't get the yields, and the yields that I did get just weren't as juicy and as melty as the ones I got from.
I constantly selected for as big a heads as possible, but on the end of a stem.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll tell you something, and I've said it before, and I'm not blowing smoke up his ass. I've never smoked anything stronger than Skunkman Sam's Skunk #1 pure dry sift. That shit, like, it almost knocked me out of my consciousness. I almost left my body. And I remember trying very hard. I was like, I can't pass out at Sam's house. I better not shit myself. I hope I don't puke. Like, these were legitimate thoughts going through my head when he first invited me over and was like, here, have a bong rip. And he's definitely trying to destroy me. Like, this was Sam's nature back then, 1000%. He loaded that fucking thing up, fired it up with a couple of matches. He was looking for utter and complete destruction. I'm sure he probably had a camera hidden under the cushion to record it all once I fucking shimmied and had a seizure on his living room floor.
If you give me some Bitcoin, I won't put it public.
And I'll tell you, the day after I was at his house, the first time I was at the Milk Veg, at my booth, and I don't know if you remember this, Sam, there was a guy next to me selling self-employed, hemp-ployed t-shirts. He was a dude from America, I can't remember where, but Sam stopped by. He was like, hey, you want to smoke some hash? Yeah, of course. Gave me another rip. I took a big rip. This guy took a rip, and this guy was no lightweight. This guy hit the floor so hard and shook for like 5 to 8 seconds before he got up. Oh yeah, Selena, this was like happening for real. He got back up and he was pale white, and he looked at Sam and he was like, I want you to do that to this guy. And I remember Sam was like, no, you can't do that to him. And a couple of my buddies were like, did you hear what Sam said? Dude, that was legendary. Like back in the day, this is like 20 some odd years ago. That was like, that meant something to me. I was like, I felt like I earned a stripe on my belt because, and after that, I will tell you that I cannot count how many people I knocked unconscious with bubble hash at the Cannabis Cup. It was a weird time where, yeah, there was oil, but oil was made by a weird guy with dirty fingernails in his garage, and no one ever got to see the process. And it was just like the 70s and the 80s oil guys. It came in a bottle cap, and sometimes they didn't even take the plastic out. It wasn't good. This was way before BHO days hit and that people were like excited about oil. So really the strongest you could get, unless you were Skunkman Sam, was like some shitty, single screen farmer's hash that was
Well,
like
there was
31%.
honey oil in the 70s from Afghanistan that
It was rare here.
incredibly potent.
It was rare here. The fact that someone went there and knew what they were doing and filtered that through probably with like activated charcoal or something to like clean that color out. I don't know. Maybe they used cold solvents and they had some of the tricks, but in Manitoba in the 70s and 80s, like you got some hash, you saw hash from those countries. But generally there was nothing like bubble hash available to the masses. And bubble hash and BHO basically came out within a couple of months of one another. So suddenly,
But bubble hash is what really changed the world because people still didn't know about the static tech, so they weren't able to create the dry sift as high quality as you and I know how to make.
no, that's true. And you're the anomaly of growing exceptional flower. That process works really only best with exceptional flower. And as you use flower that's less than exceptional, the process seems less and less magical and less exceptional. Whereas when you do it with like what you were growing in your greenhouse, holy shit, dude, the amount of heads stuck to the hand, the purity of those heads was absolutely insane. That changed the game, dude, because I don't even think I took macro photographs of pure bubble hash before those pure dry sift hash shots.
Water hash changed the game because you could get it to bubble.
Absolutely. It definitely did. I won't say that it didn't. But this picture, the first time I shared it in 2008, nobody could fucking believe it, dude. They were just like, what the actual fuck? And that's some proper Skunkman Sam, skunk number one, like pure dry sift, tiny little bit of stalks. He probably only did like
It's
3 or 4
cured.
passes.
You can
Yeah,
tell.
It's well cured, exactly.
Because otherwise, instead of handling grapes, you had to handle oil that was smear, and it's horrible.
Yeah, no, I agree. But that photo was a game changer for people. No one would stop thinking about the process for a decade. The photo was definitely a part of how people eventually kind of got onto it and figured it out with guys like Tan and Mies, who was one of the first to really sort of show it with the parchment wrapped around the DVD case. D420K was a part of it. It was a whole group of people just playing around and focusing and enjoying these discoveries. And I wonder sometimes, that was an accidental discovery. Sometimes these accidental discoveries are just the greatest thing that you could possibly ask for. I'll never forget.
Not only was it an accidental discovery,
right?
But the guy who was actually doing the work with his hand, that it was the high quality trichomes were sticking to his hand from static tech, he didn't even realize it. I saw it, I realized it, and I went back to Amsterdam and wham bam, I had it working really good, really fast.
Well, I'll tell you how that changed my perspective. When you finally broke down and showed me that, and I hope I didn't bug you too much for you to do so, because I always tried to show respect.
I wanted to tell you just in case I died. I wanted to make sure somebody would pass it on.
Well, I deeply appreciate to being that guy, dude, because that day in your house was a mind blower. And when I saw that, I just started going down this rabbit hole. I was like, oh my God, like there are great secrets out there that people hold that because of it, it can change the way you live if you knew that secret. And it really opened me up to this, like that there's way more going on in the world that people could possibly understand. It's not until you learn one of these very, very simple secrets that really nobody knows that you realize like, holy shit, like this is crazy. There's definitely great secrets out there. You know, this is kind of metaphorically that are just, if we could discover them, it would change everything. It would change our conversations. It would change, you know, our understanding, and it would change and pivot our pathways. It certainly changed
We're
mine. Holy
learning
shit.
about the cannabinoids pretty good. I think it's the terpene cannabinoid combination that will really be interesting the next step. Well, that and stuff like CRISPR and double haploids. I mean, scientific breeding will lead the future. It doesn't mean everybody has to smoke a scientifically bred plant, but it will be the cutting edge.
Well, and you know what? As you say, it will be the cutting edge. It may very well be, but today the cutting edge is fucking Edgar in Compton in his backyard, fucking tossing seeds down like a motherfucker, telling everyone it's cliche, man, but just fucking do it. That is the cutting edge today, no matter what anyone says. Put those flavors against anything anyone's done with a CRISPR or any other scientific process, and they just don't hold up right now. So for now, Edgar, you win.
Edgar,
and because of it, we win.
How many seeds do you produce in a year?
You're muted, Edgar. Oh, there you go.
So like I'm allocated to so much space, and like when I do a pollination, you know, it's just gung ho, let it hit everything. So it's not like, you know, on it's a lot of seeds. It's a lot of seeds. I don't have a number. I don't know how many plants I have at any given moment. I'm always popping, always cloning. So it's a lot of seeds. It's a lot of seeds. I don't have a number for it. I honestly don't.
I made an average of 5 or 10 million a year.
That's massive. I probably don't even
or
make a million.
decades.
I don't probably make $1 million a year. I only do it in my backyard, so we're probably make like every year we'll probably make like 250,000 to 500,000 or something like that. Just like
I gave a lot away, and I sold them all for less than 10 cents.
Beautiful.
When you're growing 5 million.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of take from that credo where it's all like I have 500,000 seeds. I don't mind selling them for, you know, less than $1 a seed sometimes, you know, and let alone the free seed day where it's all like I divvy up 1,000 packages of my own gear that I make, and I encourage others to do the same, and we just like all team up and we just give away seeds, and we revolve a day around it. So I take a page out of both of those, and, you know, respects to the OGs for sure.
I used to walk in the Million Man March in Amsterdam, and I would take 1 kilo or 2 kilos of my skunk seeds and hand them out to anybody that wanted them along the way. And all the time I would hear people in Dutch saying, "Oh, these can't be good. They must be hennep seeds." And I'd answer them, no, they're skunk #1. I'm the skunk man, and you just got handed $1 billion worth of seeds. Have fun.
That's dope. That's super cool.
What do you got there, Mojave?
I just wanted to show you guys this plant since we were talking about breeding and stuff. So Jim Goodwin gave me some, Mel Frank gave me some flower a couple of years ago, 5 years ago or so, this Cambodian, which I really enjoyed. It was really nice. If someone had given it to him and he trusted the source, it was pretty interesting, unique flower, very equatorial, the way the plant grew. Anyway, I liked it. I was smoking it, and then he had it tested, and it turned out it was a 1-to-1 CBD THC, but it was a 1-to-1 with a really interesting kind of narrow leaf profile. It wasn't your typical Harlequin ACDC Afghani based 1-to-1. So it was a really nice, refreshing high. And anyway, so I got some seeds out of the flower, and then he gave me some more seeds, and then I popped them, and I got this one that I selected that I really liked. But then I had one little sport that shot off that had this mutation that would go either fully albino or half and half, or it would go just really beautiful mosaic, which really I like as just an ornamental plant. But the cool thing is that it's a mutation, but it's only in the sport, right? It's only in the offshoot. So I had cut it off and put it in a glass of water and just was leaving there, just kind of just looking at it on my desk for a couple weeks. And then I was on a call with Rob and Etienne and this other plant scientist. I'm like, oh, shit, I probably should have cloned that, huh? And then I quickly, right after the call, I went and dipped it in some, and I cloned it, and it made it after weeks of just sitting in water. So now I have this mutation, which consistently will show this weird variegation and mosaic and albinoism, but it's only in this sport. So I have this cloned in other versions that are just completely green. But anyway, I just love it just because as an ornamental plant or as an interesting just what cannabis can do and how many plants come from sports. Like if you in the wine industry, you know, all the Pinot Grigio and all the white Pinot plants are Pinot Noirs that stopped producing pigment or that particular pigment and became a new mutation, which became a new clone, which eventually was reproduced millions and millions and millions of times. So that's just the fun part of breeding and selection where you get little weird little mutations.
Cool. Looks like Hoplite viroid, but not.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's not, no, it's a mosaic. I mean, it reminds me of like a caladium or other ornamental plants and stuff like that. But
yeah,
maybe the virus is mosaic virus causing the leaves that are not white or green, but mixed.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, when I made the clones, the ones that had too much too yellow, they just don't root because there's no chlorophyll. They just wilt in the propagator. So you can only, when you're collecting your next generation, every time you got to collect one that has a little bit, like these ones on top here, and a little green and a little yellow. But if I collected from this branch, it would just go back to just being green again. So, or possibly going back to being green. Anyway, it's yeah, funny. And it's also, Sam, you might like this. It's yellow stem, halfway yellow stem. So you can see on the line, it's yellow stem on one side and then green on the other.
That's pretty cool.
For Dr. Bocha.
Very cool. We got 5 more minutes till our 4-hour mark. Got to thank everyone for coming and chilling and sharing. If there's anything else anyone wants to say in the last 5 minutes, they can put their hand up or they can just hash church style, shout at the top of their lungs over the other person and just fucking push through and just get your get what you need to say out.
I just want to say something really quick. I just want to say thank you to all of you for growing this beautiful plant and for sharing the seeds. And for those of you that are watching, please share as many seeds as you possibly can. I know the spirit of this plant is with us all. And I think it's just really cool that we're just so inspired to share. So Free Seed Day, I feel like we should do that every day. But just thank you guys so much for all your work and all your blood, sweat, and tears and love.
Marcus, check your the chat there. I put Dr. Ortega's email in there if you want to add him for future Hash Church discussions. And Arturo, thank you for coming and spreading your truth about CRISPR and what you're working on and being very transparent. I brought you along because I knew you would do a great job, and I thank you for coming in and taking it on the chin and being a good ethical scientist that you are. So, love and appreciation, sir.
Thank you, and thanks to everybody for your questions and your interest and for letting me join you guys in this conversation. I'd certainly like to come back and hear more from all of you. So
awesome. Yeah, no, thank you for coming for sure. Thanks, Masonic, for making it out and chatting with us, dude. We'll have to get you back as well. Fucking anytime you're doing a new release or you got something new on the go, which sounds like every minute of every day. Just fucking come by and share with us, man. Everyone love to have you. Next time, if you do come in, try to come in on a computer. It makes it easier. Then you can also open up the YouTube live because people were asking questions and talking about your packs in there. And I think you would have done quite well to engage in the chat while you weren't talking in this particular chat. So we'll get you on again for sure. Thanks everyone for coming out. I really appreciate everyone. And I appreciate all the people. We have 265 people. We got almost everyone that was watching live back over the course of the last couple of hours. So people do appreciate the conversation. I love it. I like the idea of just having everyone open to dialogue. If I saw one thing during the COVID-19 lockdowns was that the division and the shutting down of a part of the conversation in any subject is absolutely detrimental to the benefit of humans. It's best for us to always be able to have these conversations, whatever they are. You may not agree with them, but it's about learning. And I said it earlier in chat, without free will, you can't have just good with free will. Free will involves both good and bad. And it's only really our perspective that makes them one or the other. They're a very thin veil. They live very close together. And the bottom line is you can't have free will without both of them. So I appreciate the conversation today and the dialogue and everyone coming and hanging out from Wade Laughter. Fucking love you, buddy. I'm just so pleased and happy that you come and share your Sunday mornings with us. I know it can't always be easy. I know just having a small broken arm, I'm uncomfortable sitting here. So for the discomfort that you have to experience while you share your time with us, it means a lot to me. Thank you very much. Dr. Mark, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming out. We'll get you into some deeper conversations this next week, I'm sure. Mojave, thanks for showing your plants, and Colin for inviting Edgar. Obviously, Brian, again, we're going to get you talking one of these times more than just about your dogs. I think that you and Edgar would have had a great back and forth dialogue in regards to the different cultivars. You guys have a lot of similarities going on. And I think if you guys don't know each other, you should definitely get in touch with this,
I was hoping
with
to.
each other. Yeah, I'm gonna hook you guys up for sure because his email is also, I believe it's on the main email. I want you guys to all have access to one another. That's another great part of Hash Church, being able to reach out to anyone that's on the panel at any given time for any reason. That's the way that I see it. So definitely reach out to one another if you guys have an interest. And anytime I have someone that wants to reach out to one of you from the chat, I always hook it up via email as well. So Etienne, as always, thanks for bringing in Arturo. That was awesome. Really appreciated the conversation. I don't know much about CRISPR. I know about CRISPR, like, isn't that the GMO thing? But I've never heard it be discussed by someone like you, Arturo. So I appreciate your patience with us and your empathy that you're coming from with this process. I totally respect people's visions of being slightly afraid of it, and as they are with AI and any other change. I remember when we first came out with rosin, people said we were ruining the resin, we were heating it up, it's way too hot, you're destroying all the terps. It's like, really? Because rosin's fucking awesome. That's all I want to say. Skunkman Sam, love you, buddy. Super stoked that you could make it here today and be able to engage in the conversation. You are truly one of the elders of this community, and you've helped birth so much of what all of us are doing. And I think it's important to respect and acknowledge that when our elders are alive, not after they've passed. So every day I'll say it from the treetops. Dude, thank you so much for being you and just being fucking the cannabis warrior that you've been probably most of your life, at least according to the stories that your wife has told me. So thank you, everybody. Selena, Colin, the whole group. We're gonna drop now, but next week we'll be gathering again. Come join us. We appreciate you. And may the full melt bless your bowl sooner than later, because if it doesn't, I'll be fucking sad for you. Peace out. Hell